If it was during the weekday, I could do that.
Hey, you know what's the first on the agenda? Which slide presentation is going on first?
They're not slides. Oh, well, you got your 90-day, right? This is the, basically, I have all of the websites up there. Okay, so I just,
Who's first and second?
3 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, but wait, I'm not trying to figure it out.
That was my first week tasting her.
Yeah.
Was it yours?
Yeah, I did not.
Oh, yeah.
Mention here.
Yeah, that's cool.
Let's see if it's picking up from this. This is what I want to know. Hi, everybody. Making sure this works. Hang on. It's got a little bit of a delay.
Originally, Lisa's mom was going to I didn't want to.
Korean Michael. Oh, how are you? I'm Gary. Have I met?
But you got a little. I've been English.
I think it was Ivan, right?
It's all Ivan. Yes, I will.
How are you guys?
Okay, we're gonna get started in just a second. We're just testing audio here, and it works, but it works for everybody. It means everyone's on the microphone.
She's always
Right.
So I was just saving it comes to finance.
Figure out what it is you're supposed to be doing.
I debated mine or not, but I keep hearing so many bags, so I
Our friend
decided.
over is that.
I will make it
I've
the.
got a lot of follow-up to do still before. Follow up with all of our.
What do you want? Yes, so it's the, yeah. It's not there.
Maybe giving ourselves a few weeks to do it. But I mean, normally, I didn't figure this out.
Everyone's
9 weeks. And then you start prospecting and start paying people and set a date.
You sit right by the mic.
What did you guys do last night? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
When I sneeze with these allergies that are really. So
once we got there, and then we watched.
Hey, that's great. For 2 weeks, that's awesome.
Did you get that one?
Mike Riggers gave it to me at the convention.
Mike Nelson gave it to you?
Yes.
What an awesome dude.
Julie will share.
Is that part of this?
Yes and no. This was something that was kind of discuss this. It's kind of like,
Yeah.
you can go online and download the journal, or you can actually purchase it. Purchase it just one. You don't get this in the back office, you download stuff in the back office.
A month ago.
Should be in the store, right?
A month ago.
I don't think you can even buy this in the store. I think.
Oh,
that
you will?
I couldn't find it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're busy with the computer.
Okay, oh, you know, I really need this.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Anyway. I was telling you guys.
Is that next weekend?
Oh, I think.
Yeah. She's been helping us get it organized.
Super.
Helping us.
Oh, wait.
Gotta get over that mindset that it's not gonna happen.
Getting people there. I want to.
Short term. Long term I have, but the short term is.
Then or.
All right, we're about ready to start again. We're real close. Just a couple more people coming in, then we'll get
How many
started for
times
those
are you
watching
gonna
the
say
live
that
stream.
before you do?
What?
How many times are you gonna say that before that?
I'll probably come up here 4 times in the next 30 minutes to say, we're about ready to get started soon.
Good.
I'll give you a
Wait,
joke.
we need some parties.
So you know that phone is live and you're sitting next to it, so that's awesome. So your job is to give like snide remarks all day long and they'll be picked up.
Sarah can do that.
It'll be awesome. Just so you know.
You'll put up a sign that says pause.
Yeah. Yeah. And I will not be taking this audio, so let everybody.
Yeah, you really have to worry
Yeah.
about that. Saturday morning.
There will be no mentions of like Renatus. No one say that word. Swear word. Like, right, if you talk like this the whole time, you'll be perfect.
Oh, yeah.
Just the camera shot, just so you see it. You can go all the way.
Here's kind of where I said that, like, I
You
really
can
don't
go around
I
to
really
right there.
Yeah. Other ones don't let me stretch, but
Yeah,
I wanted to.
you're good.
Here's the difference, like, visual aids.
And the microphone is right there, so you know that's the mic. Keep that in mind.
Looks like a talk show.
It's for, I understand that like that is something that's just how some people talk and I just. Next to
So Cheryl, yeah, you just have a and can we get
I guess I don't live in Utah anymore.
On your main. I will probably be given command to go to.
Yeah.
But. Welcome to our fast track. Okay, let me come over here. We like that? Woo, this is amazing. Gary, are we on yet? Gary, are we on?
Yeah.
Oh, we're on? Okay, can you edit out this part then?
In about a month.
In about a month. Welcome, everyone, around the valley and country and here. I am so happy to have you all here. My name is Julia Graydon, and I'm a leader in the company of Strongbrook. I've had that on my mantra for quite a while, that I am a top national leader in Strongbrook. So the more that I have had that on my mantra, the more I have felt like a leader. So I thought, well, I better start doing some fast tracks then. Welcome to this fast track. Now, when you think of a track, fast track, what does that mean to you? Why is it called fast track?
Well, tracks signifies a clear direction. If you're not on a track, you're all over, but a train is on a track and it stays in this direction.
Right.
It doesn't waver from it.
Okay, so it gives you a direction, that the track is going in a certain direction, right? Now, fast track
Bullet train.
is like bullet train, right? So our intention today, my intention is to aid to your success in launching your business, in creating a faster way for you to get to your 3 and free, so that you can get the subscription as part of your business for free, so that you can build a team and hopefully have a goal to get 3 or 4 people in a very quick period of time, so that when we have the next fast track, you will already have your at least 4 people on your front line in place. And so we are going to talk about tools and strategies. We're going to talk about, what it means to build and start your business. So when a track gets in motion, you create momentum. Okay. So I put a little figure of Speed Racer on the Facebook. When I was young, I was 14. I used to babysit this little kid. And he always watched Speed Racer, and it was really cool. And I always wanted to be in that car, steering, going around the track and getting around as fast as I could. And so we are going to be like Speed Racer, trying to get to our goals as quickly as possible, so that it gives you momentum and helps you have an incentive to get to your goal quicker, so that you create this momentum at the very beginning, and that's going to sustain. And it's easier to sustain once you kick it off. It's like a rocket that takes off. Most of the fuel is used at the very, very beginning, right? To launch it off, just like we had our launch of our company with convention. So it's really important, just like your body, okay? When you get up in the morning, if you have a power start and you drink water and get 5 minutes of walking or some kind of exercise in to hurry and get started, and you have a power drink and you exercise a little bit and do your meditations or your prayer, you will have a power start to your day. And we're going to have Wileen Benson talk about that a little bit in a little while. So it's really important to get these power starts to our day, to our week, to our month, to our business. And I want to talk about, we're going to talk a little bit about keys. So I want everyone to take out your keys, if you have your keys with you, unless someone drove you, okay? So your keys, hold your keys. What's on your key ring? Okay, what else is on your key ring? Gym card, okay. Flashlight, right? What else do you need?
P38.
P38? Okay, so on my key ring,
There it is, right there. There's the
Awesome.
P38. It's a
38.
military candle.
military can opener, awesome. So I have on my key ring is unique to me. My keys fit my vehicle. They fit my door at my house. They fit, they contain extra things that are going to help me in my day. Like if there was an earthquake, I would have my whistle because you can only yell so long before you can't use your voice anymore, right? So I always keep a whistle. That's something I learned for emergency preparedness. I have the key to my car. Does my key fit your car? No. I also have a little Minnie Mouse
Oh.
that I got at Disney World when we went to see our property in Orlando. Because this helps me to remember to play and have fun. That was something I had to learn because I tend to be, go, 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 get in warrior mode and take things real seriously and not slow down. And so one of my mentors taught me I need to have fun and build that in. So we all have our own keys that drive our vehicles and open our doors to our own homes. And we also have, and we are developing and creating the keys to our success in our business. So as you go throughout this day, I want you to make sure and take notes of what are some of these keys that are going to help you be successful in your business. What are your keys going to be? Yours might not look like someone else's. Fun to you might be something completely different than it is to me. But we do have proven systems and proven methodologies that you can draw from. There are a lot of resources, and we're going to talk about the importance of becoming aware of those resources and give you a step-by-step system that you can draw from and customize to yourself that will help you be successful. So don't forget, I'm going to emphasize this again. Don't forget to have fun. This week, my husband and I needed a break from work. And so we went to see the movie Cinderella. I loved it. And that was so fun for me to go into this fantasy world for a little while. And what did we walk away with? They did such a great job with that movie. And I love the message. And I leave this message with all of you as well, is have courage and be kind. Use this in your business. Have courage and be kind. Those are two such important principles that as we have courage and gratitude, there are so many principles to remember as we get going in our business. So building your business, we have our key. So you have your key to your home and to your car and such. Well, building your business is like building a house. You need tools, but before you need tools, you need to have what? You got to have a clear idea, okay, of what you want. So we're going to talk about some foundational pieces. Oh, I found this in the other room. It's a cute little ornament that's a picture of a house. So I'm going to use this as my model to draw a house. Okay. So when you draw a house, see if I can do this the right way to do it justice. You need to have what is the most important thing before you start building your house?
Your foundation.
Foundation.
Blueprint.
Yeah, blueprint.
Okay.
Good point.
So the first thing, yeah, even before your foundation is your blueprint. And here's your foundation. And then, eventually you're going to get your, I like arch windows. And, is that good enough? All right. So eventually you're going to start building your foundation. But before that, we need a blueprint, right? So part of your blueprint is because you're just starting. Many of you are just starting, and some of you are not so new, but you're restarting, right?
Yeah.
We are always restarting our business, restarting every day. I love the fact that we were given from God bodies that have to rest and recover and wake up every day brand new. That every day we get to start our life over again. We are resurrected every single day. Our body goes down, and then it comes back up. And we are given a fresh start every day. And there are no mistakes. There are no failures. We simply lay down, we learn from what we have done, and then we rise up again. One of the things that is important in your blueprint is to know what you want. What is it that I really want out of my business? To get really clear on your why. To have clarity, to find clarity so that as you lay the foundation that you want, you can see and design and imagine and see what that house looks like. What is your blueprint? What does the house look like? What are the components of it? How big is it? How big do you want your team to be? And so there's process for going through that. As you plan and create that blueprint, you will have more of an incentive as the driving force to move you to action. If you don't have that blueprint and you can't visualize where it is you're going or what you want, there's nothing you're going towards, right? So as you create your blueprint, you will be starting, number one, with your why and getting clear on your vision. Now, right there in the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network, we have Ann Webb's Ideal Life Vision. That's a great place to get started. And I have some examples I'm going to just show you real quick of things that I have done, okay? So, for example, creating your life vision, this is the workbook that Ann Webb has. It's about 23 pages. I printed mine back to back so that I can use this as I go along with the videos. There are a couple of them missing right now that are going to be added to the vault. They should be in there shortly. We noticed that, and those will be added. But it's a great way to start getting your 5 areas, your spiritual, financial, your relationships, your business, your physical, personal development, getting yourself a blueprint in all areas of your life of what do I want to accomplish? What do I want to achieve? You can even do things as part of that, like do a vision board. You can do them every month if you want. I was in Mexico last year and I simply got a Cheerio box and some magazines just to get started doing something, right? And I had a fitness goal. And I started this, and I just kind of pulled out pictures and created this little silly board for me, but it was my visual. So when I get up in the morning, I look at this and I read all the little words on it. And I have been focused on this goal, and I have recently released 26 pounds of fat from my body. This is another one. I want to go to Thailand and travel the world. So I just did this real quick one that has a picture of a patio, which I would love to have, and a home, and my dream home. So you can do little things like that. But creating your life vision is much more than just vision boards. It's a very comprehensive way of laying your life out. Now, you can also attend things like Conscious Creator Live, which is coming up the end of May. And at Conscious Creator Live, you're giving these papers that talk about your truth. You can put affirmations on them and mantras and identify what it is you want to create, okay? Gerald Rogers has Prosperity Tribe. And Prosperity Tribe, we actually have Conscious Creator declarations. And you can create those, or you can get them online. There's many ways to create these that you can say every day. I am a conscious creator. I am powerful, confident, and influential. I am responsible for my results and choose to create a life that I love. I take small and meaningful steps each day to achieve my goals. I pursue mastery through daily practice and perseverance. So that's an example of your mantras, setting yourself up to get your mindset, because coming up with your why and setting your mindset is really crucial piece, and getting your life vision to setting that foundation. And there are a lot of other pieces to your foundation in the mindset part. And so I'm going to have Gerald come up in just a minute. And I'm going to have Gerald come up and talk about priorities. As we're developing our mindset, we really need to make sure that we have order in the areas where we're putting. So Gerald, I'd like to introduce Gerald Rogers. Gerald is on my team, and I'm so privileged to have him as part of my team, and I am his leader, and he is my leader in many ways. And so I'm going to turn the time over to him to discuss that.
For 3 hours. Give me 3 days. Give me 3 days. Give Julia and Bill. Give yourselves a big round of applause for being here. I feel so honored. I feel so grateful to be here, and I just want to say I love my tribe. How many of you love your tribe? This is a fun group, and it's funny because I'm more intimidated by this than I am by the people. So, hey, I just want to say hello. I love you. Welcome. I don't know. Does anyone get that way? Like when you're in front of a camera, then all of a sudden, oh my gosh, this is like permanent or something. I don't know what it is. Gosh, I just want to say like what an honor it is to be in this space with you as we're kind of laying the seeds for something amazing. Like the future that we are preparing for right now, as I look at it in the visions that I've been having of what we're creating, like it's really humbling to think that this small tribe that we have right now will grow to be a revolution that I believe will impact millions of lives. A million is a big number, right? That's a lot of people. There's a lot of people out there that need you. They need this message. They need the empowerment in their life. They need the tribe. They need the community. They need the tools. So because of that, they need you. And they need you to step up. They need you to lead. And they need you to be the type of person that can truly be a conscious creator. And if you choose to answer this call, then the fruit of that will be several things. Number one, over the next couple of years, as you continue to invest in yourself, as you continue to focus and grow yourself, you will become so much more powerful and more confident and more influential than you can even imagine. How many of you want that? Raise your hand. Right. That's the natural fruit that will happen by investing time and energy and being part of the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network. In addition to that, as your influence grows, as your capacity grows, then you'll start to be able to experience the financial abundance that you also desire. And you'll be able to get to the point where you're able to experience like true financial freedom, where you have hundreds and thousands of people in your organization that you're leading and supporting. And in that space, you'll be able to reap the financial benefit of having the money to travel where you want, to be able to live this lifestyle that you've been desiring. And that's, once again, the natural fruit that will come from investing time and energy now and being that conscious creator. How many of you want that financial freedom? Raise your hand. Right? And just realize that this is what everyone on the planet wants, and you have the key to the car. You have the vehicle, but it's still required you to turn the key, learn how to drive the car, and put your foot on the gas. And it's also going to require you to constantly put more fuel in the car. How many of you have ever been in a situation, an opportunity where you've got the right vehicle? You know that it has the capacity to get you where you want, but you feel like you're working super hard and you're working, but you just feel like you're not getting anywhere. Anyone experience this? Right? And I think there's a couple things that happen. Number one, I think sometimes it's like we've got our foot on the pedal and we're like pushing hard and we're out prospecting, we're doing all these things and we're like talking to people and we're working, we're like, I'm doing everything I should be, right? And we don't realize that at the same time our other foot's on the brake.
Exactly.
Right? And so we're putting all this energy, but we can't understand why the car's not working. Right? And I think there's a couple reasons for that. Number one is a lot of times we have the vehicle, but we don't understand how to drive it. We don't understand the skills that are required to get the performance out of it. Does that make sense? Like all of you have the vehicle right now to be able to create tens of thousands of dollars a month in passive residual income. That's exciting, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But how many of you agree that you're going to need to actually learn how to drive the vehicle so it can produce that for you?
Yeah.
Right? So it's going to require the skills. But the other factor is this. We have so much subconscious limiting blocks that keep us from moving forward, right? And so while we have this enthusiasm and while we're willing to do the work and we're really committed, how many of you are like really committed? Raise your hand. Oh yeah, we're committed. We are like you guys, you're here on a Saturday morning. What the heck, right? You are committed. You are committed. It's like, all right, I'm gonna make this happen. I'm hungry. Everyone's like, I'm hungry. Right? You gotta be hungry, right? And so you're hungry, you want to do it, and you're willing to put forth the work, but then on the other side, there's all of these voices inside your head that say, I'm not good enough, this is too hard, I can't do it, what if this happens, or what if someone rejects me, or, what if I'm not able to handle it, what if I fail, right? All of these voices that are just like this brake, the emergency brake's on, and you're like lurching forward, and you feel like you're not making any progress. And then the third reason why, let's be honest, when you look at the statistics for people that step into an opportunity like this, a solid 95% of people fail, right? How's that for an inspiring speech? Right? That's pretty inspiring, right? Congratulations. But it's not the vehicle's fault, right? It's the fact that, here's my perspective. I don't think people fail. I think they give up. I think they just give up because they don't start seeing the fruit. I've been pushing this gas for 2 weeks and I'm not making money yet, right? It's not working. Maybe it's not meant for me, right? And so people give up because their gas tank begins to go empty. Does it make sense? Mm-hmm. And if you don't fill yourself up, if you're not giving yourself the fuel you need, how can you maintain that momentum and growth? How can you push through those blocks and barriers? How can you do the personal growth that's required for you to clear those limiting beliefs so you can take the brake off and actually accelerate the level that you want? And so we're all in this, we all have this threat of burning out before we reach our goal. And this is why it's so critical that you're here today, because you're here today, that tells me you're one of the 5%. How many of you are great? Yeah. Who's excited about that? Congratulations. Give the person next to you a high five and say, you're one of the 5%. Say, I'm hungry. But being one of the 5% means that you're going to, number one, develop skills so you know how to drive the vehicle. Number two, you're going to work on yourself so you can clear the limiting beliefs and blocks that are the emergency brake holding you back. And number three, you're going to make the commitment to keep going. to keep on going, to never give up, and to keep refueling yourself along the way. If you don't refuel yourself, if you don't keep your priorities in check, then there's no way that you're going to make the destination, because you can only drive the car so far before it runs out of gas. So here's a couple really simple things to make sure that you're doing to keep your priorities in check, to make sure that your car always has the fuel to get you where you want to go. These are really simple things. Number one, daily power hour. A daily practice to refuel yourself. You need to make yourself a priority. Some of you, this is really hard. For some of you, you're so good at giving and serving, and especially you ladies, right? Especially you ladies, you guys are like, you've got kids, you've got spouses, you got work, you got all of these things, and you're so good at giving. But then you get to the point where your car is like out of gas, and you begin to get resentful and frustrated and tired and exhausted because you feel like you just can't keep going any longer. So it's critical that you're doing things on a daily basis to fuel yourselves back up. Zig Ziglar, you might have heard me share this quote before, but this is like one of my favorite quotes. Zig Ziglar said, "Some people tell me that motivation doesn't last. I tell them neither does bathing. That's why I recommend it daily." It's that daily practice of refueling yourself that's so critical to success. So what do? How do you refuel yourself? How do you make sure that you're starting your day so you've got energy, you've got power, you've got clarity, and you've got focus? So one of the things I teach my tribe and the things that I work on myself is a practice in the morning where I wake up and I want to energize my body, right? And so I focus on things that energize my body. I make sure that my body, this vehicle that we have to operate, to work in, is taken care of. And whether that's exercise with a run or a walk, do something to bring energy into your body that wakes you up and makes you feel alive. Number two, a practice of gratitude. Gratitude is the energy and frequency of abundance. It is the gateway to creating what you want. By appreciating what you have, it opens up the doorway for God to give you more. How many of you agree with this?
Yes.
Right? So focus on gratitude. That, like, for all of you that are familiar with the law of attraction and quantum physics, like we resonate, we vibrate at a certain frequency. And gratitude is one of the highest frequencies. And when we're focused on elevating ourselves, then we naturally will attract the people and opportunity and things of a similar frequency. Does this make sense? This is so important because when you focus on gratitude, you literally become a magnet of abundance. Everyone say, "I am a magnet of abundance."
I'm a magnet of abundance.
And that's what it feels like for me. Like I attract amazing people, amazing things, amazing opportunities in my life. Why? Because I focus on that experience of gratitude. So gratitude is important, and to make it a practice, what if you just made it a daily practice to focus on what's right in your life versus what's wrong? And to truly experience. And the great thing is we can experience gratitude for what we have, but we can also experience gratitude for what we will have as well. Does this make sense? The third practice is a practice of connection to Source. Are you taking time to build your connection with God? If you're not, you are drawing from a limited well. And you will burn out. You will not have the capacity to grow and to lead in the way that you need to. But when you're connected to your source, you're drawing from this unlimited well of fuel. No longer is it based on your energy, your skill, your knowledge. You're connected to this higher power that is there to support you in your goals and dreams. How many of you believe that God really wants you to be successful? Right? Of course. He wants you to experience abundance. He wants you to experience wealth. He wants you to experience all the things that bring you joy. So connect with God in an intentional way. Build that relationship. The fourth one is a process of affirmations. Or you're really reaffirming this vision for who you are and who you want to become. Managing the voices between your ears is one of the most important things for you to do. Because all of us are bombarded with negative self-talk, and especially if you're building a business and doing things that are new, all of these voices are going to tell you that you can't, which makes it important that you flood your mind with positive self-talk. Affirmations are one of the most important ways to do that. By creating affirmations and listening to them and recording them, then all of a sudden you're able to step into this new self-image, this new vision of who you are. And your life will then begin to reflect that. I remember when I first started doing affirmations, I had some affirmations that said, I am a powerful leader. And I said affirmations like, I am an excellent communicator and lead with power and authority, like all these things. And at the time I was like, no, I'm not. Who am I? Like my mind would not believe that. But after bombarding your subconscious long enough, your subconscious begins to say, okay, well, maybe I am. So build this vision of who you need to be 3 years from now to have that wealth, have that abundance, to be able to lead. And create your affirmations based on you already being that person now. Does that make sense? So critical. I can't even emphasize how important that is, that you redefine your self-image. And once again, it's one of those things, as you listen to it, you're going to be elevating your frequency, elevating your vibration, and it's just going to empower you. It's just going to fill you up. It's just going to make you excited about life. And the fifth part of this is reconnecting to your goals and dreams. Being able to really clearly know, this is where I'm going. This is how I'm going to get there. And to be able to create that vision of your future so clearly in your mind that you can almost taste it, like you're already experiencing it. It's interesting because I've known these things for a long time, but this was always my weakest area, like goals. Because I was like, I don't know, I don't even know where I'm going to be 3 months from now, right? And so I had a hard time. But ever since I joined the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network, every morning when I wake up, I'm envisioning, I'm seeing my tribe grow to 50,000, 100,000 people, and I see it. I see that money coming into my life. I see the opportunities to travel. I see me being able to lead in this capacity, and I feel as though it's already happened. Does that make sense? Which makes it so easy for me to go out and talk to people now. It makes it so easy for me to engage. It makes me so excited for where I'm at. Does that make sense? Like, even though I'm just planting the seeds right now, that vision that I have has become so clear that I know it's just a matter of time. I know it's coming. And so I'm not stressed. I'm not worried. It's happening. In my mind, it's already happened. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. But then that vision comes down to, okay, so where am I going to go today? How am I going to do, what am I going to create today? And when we do that, when we fill ourselves up like this each day, it gives us power to move forward. And it's a daily choice. You got to fill up that car every day. How often?
Every day.
How often? I commit to fill up my car every day.
I commit to fill up my car every day.
And if you do that, just imagine how far you'll be able to travel in the next few years through this journey, this movement we call the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network. Everyone give the person next to you a high five and say, I'm excited.
I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm
Next up, we have Wileen Benson. Wileen and I first met, I don't know, it's about 15 some odd years ago, when we both were part of another network marketing company that had to do with self-image and beauty and makeup, and we loved it.
It was Mary
we did it was Mary Kay.
I wouldn't have,
And when I saw her here at Strongbrook, I was so excited because we've moved on and evolved into a higher purpose and just a fabulous company here. So Wileen has impressed me so much with her leadership and her ability to ground and the effects that mentorship has had on her. And she has some powerful things that she has shared and some powerful things she's doing with her team. So If you want to follow a leader who is doing some great things with her team, has been very effective, Wylene's one of them. So I'll turn the time over to her now.
Well, I'm really excited to be here today, and I don't usually speak with notes, and but I do have some things that I'm probably going to want to read, so I'll just have those here. I'm kind of shaken this morning. I'm not really sure what that's all about, but and it's just I'm just super excited to be here, and I just have to say amen to everything that Gerald said, and I'm just really grateful to be able to actually kind of take that one step further and share my key, what I feel like is my key to success. And it fits right in with the blueprint of the house. And how many of you have ever been on a trip, driven someplace, road trip where you've never been before? How many of you have done that? Okay, how many of you have either a map or nowadays GPS to get you there? How many of you would just die if you didn't have that GPS? Yeah, so that's actually what I'm going to be talking about today is your GPS. And my GPS, my husband actually came up with that acronym because every single day I get up and the very first thing I do is I go across the hall to my creating room. That's what I call it. And it's this little chair with my vision board right next to me. I have my scriptures, I have my computer, and a pad and a pen. And this is how I start my day every single day. And I start by grounding myself. And if we have time, and I have you do a little exercise so you understand what that all means. And I use prayer and scriptures. So that's my GPS. And honestly, if I get up and I've got somewhere to go early in the morning and I don't, have the luxury of being able to do that, I feel a little bit lost, throughout the day, and I'll usually find some time later in the day that I can sit down and do that. So it's super, super important. There have been times in my business, I started doing this in May 2013. I signed up to get started with Strongbrook in April 14th, so just barely 2 years ago, 2013. And I started grounding on a daily basis in May sometime. I don't know the exact date, but somewhere in there, and have done it, pretty consistently. Of course, I've missed a few, but pretty consistently throughout for that whole 2 years. And I want to just share with you kind of where I started, because I know those of you who are, how many of you would love to be in a position where you could say, I can see 50,000 people on my team. I can see 100,000 people on my team. How many of you would love to be in a position where you can say, I can see 50 people on my team? Yeah. So, we're going to all, I'm going to tell you right now that everybody starts somewhere. You might have a difficult time even seeing yourself, bringing one person on your team right now. And because of limiting beliefs or, whatever it is that you have that ceiling that you placed on yourself, this GPS is what will take you there to be able to see 50,000. I can honestly tell you right now, I can see 1,000 people on my team. I only have 200 right now, a little over 200, but I can see 1,000. And this GPS has gotten me to that point, and it's what the GPS is a preparation. So you can set the goal, you can set the intention, whatever it is, but I'll tell you right now, I promise you that if you don't have it already, you're not prepared to receive it. What you can envision and actually see honestly, that's what you're ready to receive. And if you can't see it, you're not ready to receive it. So the GPS will get you ready to receive it. The very first, I have a terrible time taking pictures. I go to events and I get home and I'm like, dang, I forgot to take pictures. Some people are really picture people. I'm a word person. So I write everything. And when I started doing this GPS in May, two years ago, I have my computer there and I type my inspiration, what I get, whatever it is, I keep a record of it. And it's actually going to be a book, and it's going to be in the vault. So, and it's coming very soon. Because over the last 2 years, I've experienced 7 quantum leaps, and since then, just a continual elevation and almost on a daily basis breakthroughs. So it doesn't end. You know, you don't get to the mountain and say, I'm here. You get to the mountain and you see the next mountain range and you're ready to go, and it's just exciting. So the very first, well, I'm going to say one of the very first. I'm going to share this one just because of time. I was, like I said, I used my scriptures, and one of the scriptures that and when I do my scriptures, I'll show you how I do it so you guys can try this. And I trust that I'm going to receive the exact perfect thing that I need, and I always do. So what I do is I just close my eyes and I just open the scriptures, and then, you know, I'll go this way, and then it feels like I need to go this way, and then I just kind of feel kind of the energy of it, you know, which way I want to go. And then I just move my hand around on the page until I'm there, and then I just look down and read it. And now it's even to the point where it's even the word, whatever my finger is pointing to. You know, it used to be I could, you know, read the scripture, maybe the one before, one after, and get something. But this particular, one of the very first meditations that I did, the scripture was, and it came to pass that when you had, they had all been brought and Jesus stood in the midst, he commanded the multitude that they should kneel down upon the ground. And it was interesting because the night before, I had been trying to pray in bed with Harry Potter sitting on my lap. And so that to me was instruction. Kneel down when you pray, you know, get some humility and be a little bit more dedicated. So that was where I started, was just these very, very basics. It wasn't, how can I build a team of 1,000 people? It was how to pray. So I want you to, you know, just be really grateful for where you're at and understand that where you're at is the exact perfect place. I want to just share with you this morning. This was my meditation this morning. I had on my vision board just about a month ago. I wrote something up there that was, what is the next step to breaking through the wall and creating a business that grows and gets stronger and more stable day by day? So that was my thing that I focused, you know, when I would read through my vision board, it was kind of like I didn't know how to do that. So what does that tell you? I was up against a wall and I didn't know how to get through it. So I put that on my vision board as, you know, to help me be able to get through that. So that was the one that was there. A few days later, it was upgraded and I didn't take it down. I just crossed out some words and just change it because I love seeing the process. And like I said, I record things because I love watching the process of my growth. So the upgrade was, what is the next step to leaping from the edge? Because now I had actually broken through the wall. I was on the edge. I could see my goal out there, but I couldn't quite touch it. And there was like this edge that I had to leap of faith, take that leap to get to it. So that was my new words. What is the next step to leaping from the edge and creating the life, not a business, but the life that grows and gets stronger and more powerful every day? So I changed leaping to the edge and changed from business to life. So the next upgrade was a few days, you know, maybe a couple of weeks later. What is the next step to leaping from the edge and creating a life that grows and gets stronger and more influential every day? So instead of getting more powerful every day, I'm getting more influential every day. So you see how this is just kind of honing in to where the purpose is. And then today, this was the upgrade. I feel my wings. My life grows and becomes more influential day by day. I am stronger and more empowering daily. So it's not, how does my life get stronger? It's, I am strong. And I have taken that leap and I feel my wings. So this is an upgrade. And I did take that old one down and I put this new one up because it was like the square peg fit down in the square hole, finally. So do you see how this goes from moment to moment? It is a daily tutoring. It's a daily divine tutoring. And it is so minuscule, the little things that you get on a daily basis that it's totally imperceptible until you look back. So make sure that you take time to look back. I'll just share one other thing because I've only got 5 minutes left, and this has to do with vision boards and just deeper understanding of how vision boards work and the beliefs that go along with vision boards. So a lot of you have heard my shoe shopping spree story, and so I'm not going to go into it. It's I'll share that at another time. But when I manifested this shoe shopping spree for myself, which these are one of them. I had put up on my vision board that I had to have $10,000 in my savings account to be able to go on a shoe shopping spree and to spend $500 on shoes. And I did it. It was just about a month. I hadn't really paid that much attention. And one day I was just like, I'm just going to see how much I have in my savings account. And I have 2 savings accounts, and between the 2 of them, there was $10,000 in there. And I was like, awesome, I get to go on my shoe shopping spree. And then immediately there was like, oh, $500, maybe I ought to spend that on this, or it's kind of selfish to spend it just on me. You know, so all this stuff started coming up. And of course and I was like, whoa, okay, where's this coming from? There are some limiting beliefs here. And so I was able to process through those. So my belief at that time was that to receive something, you have to sacrifice, and there's a price that has to be paid. I have to do something to get something. So that was my belief about vision boards at that time. That to me now is like a low vibration belief. It doesn't serve me anymore. So the next upgrade to that, after I had my shoe shopping spree and, you know, was going on to my next vision board thing, then during my GPS, I received an upgrade on that. And that was that the price to receiving something, to manifesting, to creating something is obedience. So you don't have to like create something and then you get a reward. It's that you need to obey the laws of conscious creation. And then these manifestations and this creation will come into my life. And that was an upgrade for me. And that was so awesome to be like, wow, you know, it's not like I have to, you know, of course I know there's activity that has to be done, but it's not like I have to suffer, you know, to be able to receive a reward. And that was a huge upgrade for me. So then after that, I had some new understanding. And that was that spirit is reality. This blueprint, what you imagine, what you visualize, that is the reality. The physical world that is around you, that is around me, is a manifestation of what I believe, of who I am, of the vision that I have. And so that was a huge upgrade. Then I even got an upgrade, another upgrade above that. And that was, and I'm just going to read these to you. So spirit is reality. The spiritual and the physical are one. Whatever I see around me, what other people see, is what I believe within myself. But now this is the upgrade. It is a matter of speaking the creation and then preparing to receive it. There's no difference. It is coming in the faster that I can flex to receive it, to get myself, you know, I mean, how many of you have ever played baseball and you're trying to get yourself in position to catch this fly that's coming your out center field, and you have all this time watching it come and you have to get in the right place to be able to catch it? That's the preparing. It's like you speak it, and then you just start being like, okay, where's it coming? And you just start watching for it, and you start preparing yourself to receive it. And so it's like, you know, like God spoke the creation, let there be light, or whatever it is, and there was light. So it's let there be 1,000 people on my team, and then you observe its creation. So the upgrade to all of this is that when you're in 100% alignment with who you are and you're living that spirit reality around you, then you're also in alignment with, I call it God. That's who I give my credit to. Universe, whatever you want to call it. You're in alignment with that. And it's like you are one with everything. And so you know what the best things to create for yourself are, because you're in alignment with somebody who cares, you know, even more about you than you care about yourself. So, question.
Tell us 30 seconds worth about what you would have said about grounding.
Okay, grounding. If you go to Manifest Now, do you go do grounding and Manifest Now, Daryl? I know we do on Conscious Creator, so go to Manifest Now, but basically get in a really quiet place, close your eyes. I put my hands in upright position right there in the position of receiving, and I get out of my head, I get into my heart. I actually just focus on that organ that is, you know, in my heart, or that is my heart. I focus on that, focus on my breathing, and I'll ask a question like, what is the next step to whatever your intention is? Who can I talk with today? Who needs what I have to offer? You know, there are multiple questions that you could ask, and then it's just waiting to receive. And it's just like receiving the orders from, you know, your boss or whoever, and then going and carrying them out. It's very simple once you get used to it, but it does take a little bit of practice to get into it. But this is my key to success. And even if I were having the worst day possible, this is the one thing that I would not miss. And I recommend that you all do that. So thank you. And I'm going to bring Julia up. And I'm just so excited. Thank you so much for putting this fast track together. And I'm excited to be working with you again. So listen to Julia. She's got a great thing to say. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Wileen. As you can see, we're just kind of moving right along. That's why we call it fast track, because we're still on the track and we're going as fast as we can, but also want you to take the time to absorb. So right now, I want everybody to close your eyes. Everybody just take a deep breath. Hold it. And think about what your why is. I want you to see that blueprint and the vision of what you're trying to create. Just take 15, 20 seconds to do that. Take a couple deep breaths and just breathe it in. See it in your mind's eye. Feel what it feels like to have your successful business up and running, going full force. Imagine yourself at the end of your first goal, 3 or 4 weeks from now, when you have 4 more team members, and now you're helping them to build their teams and helping them to do the same thing that you've done in the last 4 weeks. How does that feel? Okay, open your eyes. Okay, great. It's really important to take time to ground and to do that, to visualize. And as Wileen said, it's really important to have your affirmations, your mantras created and recorded. I have mine on my phone. Mine, I recorded to the ocean. But what is recommended is that you record your mantras to Baroque music, because Baroque music has the frequencies that help it sink into your subconscious. So, Sherry?
And it's important that it's the slower Baroque music, not...
Slower Baroque music is what's recommended. So that, and we actually, my husband and I actually listen to brainwave CDs also that help to create clarity and inspiration. So those are some great helpful hints. And I love listening to mine when I'm just walking, have my headphones on, and it's very powerful. Okay, so now we're gonna move right along to some tools. So when you're building a house, you're building your business, you got to have some tools to put these walls up and to lay this foundation, to get your windows in. You got to have some really great tools to build it strong. And as you get those walls up, some of your walls are going to be, and the tools together are going to make your structure. So structuring your business, one of the first things to do is, now that you've got grounded and you've got your ideal life vision in place and your blueprint, you're going to start educating yourself on basics on a regular basis. It's very important to become extremely familiar with the main Strongbrook websites, strongbrook.com, which we have up on the screen here. This one actually is Become a Mentor. So Become a Mentor is for those who you want to share the opportunity to come into the mentoring network. So that one, for example, would be strongbrook.com/become a mentor. And it has all of the tools as you scroll up and down to that to help them to come into the mentoring network. And it gives a little couple of short videos that you can share with them, and they can peruse that site. When you are becoming familiar with your own strongbrook.com, there's the main strongbrook.com that has just the real estate side and the mentoring network and the entrepreneur opportunity.
It looks awesome.
Yeah, so you want to become familiar with that, the different pieces, and then you can click into the mentoring site. When you want to go into your vault to access the mentoring network, what is the first thing that you do? How do you log in? Where do you go?
Back office.
Not here. You're going to go to your
Strongbrook
strongbrookbackoffice.com. And that is going to bring up this login page. Okay? You're going to put your user ID and your password in. Sherry?
Actually, on the new websites, on every single iteration of the new website.
Has
at the
login.
top, there's a login.
So that's another option. At the new website, they finally did add that you can click login and it will bring up this page as well. If you're not on the website, you can put strongbrookbackoffice.com. Anyway, you come up to this login page, you put in your username. Go ahead and put that in, Bill. Okay, and then you log in. Now it's going to bring up your back office. Okay, this is what you want to start becoming very familiar with. You have the real estate button. You've got the Conscious Creator Mentoring. You've got your back office, which is where you organize your business. It shows your organization. And you've got shopping. That's where you can go to order some of the materials that we have available. You have the event calendar right there. That is one site that you want to become very familiar with, is strongbrookcalendar.com. It has all of the corporate events and the events that people in the community are posting. And we will be talking about that later, but how important it is to be aware of all events on a daily basis so that you can calendar them. And that's part of your getting your business organized, is making sure that you're aware of the events. And just that this is going to help you get educated. Now, as you click on the mentoring network, go ahead and click on that. You have your vault, which is where you can go and participate in the mentoring through taking the courses and getting your badges and your own personal development. You have the mentoring website, which we just had up, and there's Become a Mentor site. So those are all right there. Now, the tools that are going to help you build are in the CCMN library. So you want to become very familiar with what's in the library. Go ahead and click on that. Okay, so in the library, you have the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network Compensation Plan video. Watch that video. Become familiar with the material that's in there. Dr. Bill's going to be talking about the compensation plan in a little while. You have forms. Now, I have printed out some of the forms that are actually in here. So you have these are some of the tools that are going to help you. We have sales pitch outline. There's the enrollment forms, the product pitch. So there's a page like this you can print out and study and become familiar with it. This is part of your training. Get educated. Learn what these pitches are. See what feels good to you. What's going to be the key for you to be able to share this? And there's becoming a mentor pitch for knowing what to say to potential mentors that you want to bring into the network. Maybe they already have a big tribe. There's another document on sample emails to send out. So these tools are available to you right there in your back office. Also, and Bill's going to talk about this, but the CCMN 90-day IBD training. We'll break this down a little bit. This is about 23 pages worth. You can scroll up and down. This is a plan that you want to become familiar with. This is worth taking a whole day to sit and study this. This is your 90-day startup. It's like a fast start. So like Wileen with her team, I noticed she has a Facebook page that she uses for her team, the Strong Heart Power Team Facebook. And you can get a lot of ideas from Wileen. That's one thing I suggest is get to know some of the other leaders who are established and who have been in the company for a while. Get to know them, get to know some of the strategies that they use. Everyone here is a family, we're family, and we help each other. And it's not about who's on my team or if they're on your team or my team. We're all part of the same tribe overall. So, but this does have some wonderful material in it. Bill's going to talk about the 90-day startup and some of the overview of what's involved with that process. And so I encourage you to look this up and take the time to get very familiar with that 90-day startup. Also, there are tools like that you will want to create, such as Excel spreadsheets or a CRM, the customer relationship management. Maybe you just want to use a spreadsheet to keep track of your people. So educate yourself on different tools out there that are available. You might want to use, like I said, Excel or Salesforce. When you get into higher end products like Infusionsoft, that means you've got thousands of people. So eventually, that's my goal, is to have so many thousands of people that I will want to invest in something like Infusionsoft. But come up with your plan and your system of how to keep track of your people, how to prospect those. So so this is just wonderful. This also has the product presentation that talks all about, that Chris Crone uses at his home. And so it's the PowerPoint you can use to do a presentation at your own house. So become familiar with that PowerPoint. Also, there is the 3 pillars presentation that touches a little bit on real estate and the 3 pillars of the Strongbrook company as a whole. That's another presentation you can use. There's one specific to mentors. And this is just, it's all available to you. How many of you have been into your CCMN library and gone to these different buttons? Become aware. Okay, great. So there's also a sizzle call. I noticed this is a call, I believe, is with Ann Webb. Is that what he was with?
Yeah.
And it's just an example of a sizzle call that you can do. One thing I did recently, in fact, yesterday, because Gerald's been telling me how easy it is. So I thought, okay, this is one tool I'm going to add to my toolbox to build my business, is I wanted to set up a free conferencing phone line so that when I have weekly calls with my team to provide training, as we call in the same kind of process where we call in on Monday evenings or Mondays at noon and we have training. They have set this up through tools like this. So freeconferencing.com. I thought, okay, well, Gerald said it's real easy. I'm going to go test it out. So I just went in and put my information in, and it gave me my own phone number, my own code. So now every time I want to have a training call, I just simply will give out that number to my people, and they can call in and we can have our training calls. So it's pretty awesome. Also be aware of the YouTubes that Strongbrook has put together. We have a Strongbrook channel on YouTube. The live stream, livestream.com/Strongbrook. That's where our events are live streamed, and that's also under Strongbrook. Become aware of the Facebook pages, the CCMN, Conscious Creator Mentoring Network Facebook page. There's also a CCMN leadership page. And as you become familiar with those sites, you will have more and more resources available to you. Let's see. Also, when you want to schedule three-way calls, there is strongbrookconnect.com, and you can set up three-way calls, and we'll touch on that a little bit later. Be aware and be looking for in your email the newsletters that come. Strongbrook Direct sends out every week the Strongbrook Messenger, and Carolyn and Gary send out the Monday Rebel. Those are so important. They're so important. They are so important for you to be aware of for upcoming events and important announcements that are being made. If you miss your email and you're not checking that, and then you start going to your leader and saying, well, what about this? And how do I get to this page? And what happens? When is this event going on? Then you're expecting them to babysit you. And your leaders are not there to babysit you. They're there to support you in taking charge of your own life and your own business. And you are to be accountable to yourself and to your business by being educated and taking charge and becoming aware of these different resources. We don't expect you to get it all at the very, very beginning. It takes a little bit of time. There are also in your back office, one of those tools was the page on your CCMN that goes to shopping. When you go shopping, become aware of the tools like the interview and getting started interview booklet, okay? You can buy these in your back office. The magazine for real estate is in there. We have all kinds of tools that help educate you on the other side if you want to go ahead and get educated, because I guarantee you, as people come into the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network, they are going to be exposed to the real estate side, and eventually that is something that you'll want to become aware of, is what's available on the real estate side. So with that, I'm going to turn the time over to Dr. Bill. He's going to talk about the 90-day startup process, which is part of the CCMN library. And this is how you can get your business jump started. And you can do these 90-day increments, one right after the other. So I'll turn the time over to Bill.
It's great to be with you here today. Wow. I wish you all could have been at the national convention. Raise your hands. How many were there? In this room, almost everyone was there. I wish you all around the nation could have been there to catch a vision of what's happening with the CCMN. I'm excited. I'm excited for what the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network is doing for me personally in my life, to raise my life to another level, to begin to have the dreams and the visions that I thought about actually begin to happen in my life. And I'm excited to take that message to everyone else, to see their lives elevated to that other level, the level of which they've only dreamed about in the past, to know that they really can have all of those things in their life. Wow. Well, here we are. We're all ready to do that and to take that message out. We're all hungry. We're all hungry?
Hungry.
Now we need some skills and tools to drive that vehicle. So let's talk about that a little bit today. In your back office in the CCMN library is the materials on the 90-day startup process. I'm going to just do a quick overview and touch on just a few of those things that are there. There's an extensive outline extensive materials that are present there in that program. We're just going to touch on a few of those right now. The 90-Day Startup Program is designed to guide you through 3 core steps to get your business up and running and get you start earning commissions. Let me see if it does work. Wow. Okay. 3 steps for that. The first of those 3 steps is to make your list. Get your list of 200 contacts. How do I do that? Well, you start writing about everybody you can think of. Everybody you know in your acquaintance. Everybody. Now, if you need some help with that, it's there. From these next slides, you can see that there are lists there of all kinds of people that you may never even thought of in your life. And it goes on and on and on of all the people that you would never even imagine that you might have as an acquaintance in a contact. Write them all down. Get your list of 200. Once you have that list of 200, then it's time to cut that down to a list of your top 25. That's where we're going to start. One more. There we go. Top 25. These are people that you would like to have help you, advise you on your business. There are some tools to help you in that process as you go about making that list, narrowing that down to those top 25. Let's talk about a few of those. Okay. Let me go back one. Okay. On those for top 25, you can make notes, circle those who have these characteristics. They're up on the screen behind me. Those who are more than 30 years old, married, have dependent children, or homeowners. Those who have a solid business or career background. Those who have a more than $40,000 annual income. Those who may be dissatisfied with what they're doing or where they are currently. Tool 2, to help you narrow that list, is to see who has the most of these qualities listed on the screen. Are they motivated? Are they an entrepreneur already in some area? Are they committed? Are they coachable? Are they experienced? Are they a positive person? Are they ambitious? Are they a team player? Someone you would want to have on your team to work with you? Are they a professional? Are they interested in just a hobby, doing something here? Are they interested in going pro, going professional with this? Are they a communicator? The third selection tool that's available is the SPI tool. S for successful, P for personable, and I for influential. If you go and make a note of those individuals on your 200 list that have one of these qualities, you can put an S for successful, P for personable, I for influential. And as you go through each of these through tools to help you, then you'll be able to narrow that list down, get it down to those top 25. These are kind of your people who you're going to go after first. And you're going to work with your whole list, but these are the ones we want to begin our journey of focusing on. Once you've done that, congratulations, you've completed step 1 in the process of getting your business up and going. Oops, let's go back one. Step 2, you want to share that message. We're going to talk this morning in just a little bit about some of the ways you can begin now to share that message. We'll talk about how to do 3-way calls, talk about the PS3 system, texting, local meetings, all of which will help you expose your list of 25 top prospects to the CCMN message. And then step 3 we'll talk about this morning is throwing a grand opening. Getting everyone on your list of all 200 to know about your new business and what you're endeavoring to venture into. Give them a vision of what can happen in their lives, how this can bless them and everyone they know in that process. Through the grand opening, you'll have the opportunity to generally enroll a number of people into the program and actually start earning commissions very quickly. Now, as you go through these steps, remember that this is a stepwise process, but even though we're going to narrow that down and start focusing on our top 25, and then we're going to focus on our grand opening, during that process, that first 60 to 90 days as we're getting that grand opening going, we don't want to forget, we're still going to be out prospecting. We're still going to be reaching out to those top 25, trying to get every one of those people. Some of them will come in before we even have a grand opening. A number of them will, because they're going to come to other local meetings. You're going to expose them in other ways. And so you may already be earning commissions just from that, and we hope so. We expect that if you'll follow this process, even within that first 30 days, you'll begin earning commissions and find yourself well on your way. Any questions?
Are all these slides in the back office in that 90-day plan?
All these are in the 90-day plan.
Perfect.
Yeah. Now, I've condensed some of them and made them a little simpler. They're a little more elaborate in the 90-day plan. So they're not quite as simplified as this, but all this material is right there. Yes?
I'm not familiar with PS3. I just don't know that acronym.
They will explain that system to you just a little later this morning.
Okay.
We'll go into that. Great. Any other questions? Thank you. Next up, we have Gerald Rogers returning to the stage.
Stretch it out for a second. You guys are doing awesome. We're gonna stretch up real high. Oh, stretch up this way. Oh, stretch this way. Oh. I've got a firm belief that our mind can only absorb as much as our butt can endure. So shake it out. Now go ahead and give that person next to you a high five and say, "You're a rock star." You're a rock star. You're a rock star.
Just a theory. I don't know.
So I am going to be sharing with you some insights. How many of you really want to make a lot of money with this business?
Yeah.
So what is the key to actually make money with this? What would you say the key is to actually make money? What are the most important things to be able to do to be able to make money with this?
Present.
Present. What else?
Duplicate.
Duplicate. What else?
People.
Engage.
Engage. Awesome.
Relax.
Relax.
You gotta have people in your business to
Okay.
do all of these things.
So you got to get people to do all your things. So I really want you to think that your success is a combination of your mindset. What is it?
Mindset.
Your mindset and your skill set. Was it?
Skill set.
And your skill set. What's great about this business, this industry, is it's one of the simplest businesses on the planet, because it's one of those few businesses that you can own, that you can be an entrepreneur in, where you don't have to worry about building the accounting system. You don't have to worry about spending all the money in product development. You don't have to worry about all the details in terms of managing the office and managing employees. You know, Chris and the Strongbrook team, they've invested over $20 million in building the foundation for this company. How many of you are glad that Chris invested that so you don't have to? Right? Who else is excited about me that you don't have to manage the accounting or payroll or any of that stuff? How many of you are happy about that, right? So really, this is one of the simplest businesses in the world, but why is it that so many people struggle, right? It's just because they don't understand what are the skills that you actually need to master to be successful at it. You know, it's interesting. I feel really blessed and fortunate. When I first started promoting about 6 weeks ago, I've never had experience with network marketing before. So it's a new game for me. And people were asking me so in my first month, I think I enrolled just over somewhere between 40 and 50 people, right? And people are like, how did you do that? Right? How did you do that? And my answer is really interesting. And it's this: if you want, how many of you would like to know my formula to do what I do? How many of you would like to know?
Throw like big workshops.
So it's really easy, right? Spend about 10 plus years in deep, intensive personal development. Spend 18 years as an entrepreneur learning how to run your own business. Spend 7 years doing live workshops and trainings, developing confidence and communicating with people. Spend hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in mentorship and in workshops and courses to develop confidence and develop skills in marketing and sales, and to grow a database of 12,000 plus people that look up to you as a mentor. And then if you do that, like, it's pretty easy. How many of you would agree? And it's so funny because like your goal isn't to duplicate Gerald. That's not the point, right? And my success in the business isn't training you to be Gerald, because you can't. Because that's not your role. That's not your job. Your job is to be you. Your job is to be your magnificent version of you. And wherever you're starting, start from there. If you happen to find someone that's already successful, that already has a large sphere of influence, that can be on your team, great. Success for them can be much faster. Does that make sense? I spoke to this guy that was a multi-millionaire in network marketing, and I asked him, so tell me, like, how long does it take for the average person to be successful? He's like, oh, at least 3 years, 3 to 5 years. I'm like, oh, really? Interesting. He said, yeah, it's not like it actually takes that long to build a business, but it takes that long to build them into the type of person that can have that business. Does that make sense? At the end of the day, this is the ultimate personal development experience on the planet, but it requires you to be patient. What's the word?
Patient.
And to grow. You can expand that place where you have way more influence than you do right now. But if you feel like you're struggling right now, just be patient. Just commit to at least 3 to 5 years of growing this business, and then you can have that fruit. You can have that result. Right? And of course, maybe sometime you're going to find some people that already have that experience, and so they're ready to like crush it right from the beginning. But if you're not there yet, if you haven't developed the confidence, if you haven't developed the skills, if you haven't developed the elements of self-mastery, if you haven't developed the large sphere of influence, be patient. What's the word?
Patient.
And just focus. Like, you'll get there. You'll get there. And this whole model is all about keeping it simple. So I'm going to share with you some things that I feel like are absolutely critical to understand to get there faster. How many of you would like to get there faster?
Yes.
All right, so here's the key. Your success in the business is based on your level of influence. Your ability to influence people to make a decision that is best for them. Best for who? Them. And this is really critical. We're not in the game of manipulation. We're not in the game of force. We're not in the game of pushing. We're not like, this isn't even a game of like trying to sell someone into your business. How many of you sometimes as you've been trying to share or communicate this with people, how many of you noticed that you get a little nervous or get a little like awkward when you're sharing it? Just 6 of you, huh? Wow. How many of you notice that sometimes you might stumble over your words as you're trying to explain, what it is? Oh, good, the same 6. That's fine. The rest of you have it all figured out, so I don't need to talk to you about this. I want to share with you how to become, number one, more influential, and what are some things to say and what are things not to say to be successful. Because the most important skill in this business, your whole job description, is simply to invite people to take the next step to create the success that they want. Your whole job is to invite. What is it? Invite. So how can you be more effective at inviting? So I'm just going to share a couple really quick principles. Number one, it's important to know who you are talking to and where you are leading them to. This entire experience is about you being a leader. Everyone turn to the person next to you, give them a high five and say, I am a powerful leader. Being that powerful leader means that you know where they're going. So we're going to be talking about that. Where specifically are you leading? When you meet someone, when you're talking to an acquaintance, a friend, a coworker, or someone else that you think might be a good candidate for this opportunity, where are you actually leading them to? And how do you do that effectively? So first, let's talk about the question, who are you talking to? Because if you are not getting people to enroll in your business right now, if they're not saying yes, it means one of two things are happening. It's only two things. There's only two reasons. Number one, you're talking to the wrong person. If you're talking to the wrong person, it doesn't matter what you say. It wouldn't matter how eloquent you are. It wouldn't matter how effectively you present the opportunity. If you're talking to the wrong person, it's just not a match. And is that okay?
Yep.
Absolutely, right? This is why for me, like, I'm not attached. If someone says no, I am totally okay with that. In fact, I like to hear people say no, because that means that it's just not a match, and I don't need to spend time or energy, focusing on trying to convince them why it's right for them. Does that make sense? So you need to make sure that you're talking to the right people. But if they're still not saying yes, if they are the right people and they're still not saying yes, that means that you are not communicating the message clearly. That's it. And if that's the case, if they are the right person and they're saying no, then that means it's opportunity for you to improve. Opportunity for you to grow. Opportunity for you to practice being more influential. Does this make sense? This is really critical to understand. But first of all, who are we trying to attract? Like, who's the ideal person that we would even want to talk to about this opportunity? Give me some adjectives, give me some idea of who you'd want to talk to.
Something like me.
Someone like who?
Like me.
Everyone say, I want to talk to someone like me.
Like me.
The ideal person is the person sitting in this room, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look at the person next to you. They are your ideal client. So what is it about them that makes them the ideal client? Let's get more specific. What is it? So that if you're walking out there, or you think of your circle of friends as you're creating a list of 200 to 300 people that you know, people from your, communities, from your work, from your churches, from your, from your past, from your schools, whatever. Like there's, so many people. But who are the people that you actually, want to communicate with? Like, how would you define the people sitting next to you? What are core characteristics?
I would say courageous, fearless.
Okay, courageous and fearless. How many of you feel like you're courageous or fearless?
Getting there.
Good, 4 of you. So most of us are a work in progress here.
Yeah.
Most of us want to be courageous and fearless. How many of you want to be courageous and fearless?
Yes.
All right, so 40% of you, that's fantastic. How many of you aren't going to raise your hand no matter what I say? Good. As long as we're clear on that.
Carol, I'd say somebody who has a desire for their life to be at a level where it's not yet there.
Okay, so they have a combination between desire and dissatisfaction.
Hungry.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, sad. Hungry. All right, so how do you recognize these people? These people they're frustrated in their life, right? They want something different. They're not making the money that they want. They're not experiencing the results they want, and they want more. So the type of person you're looking for is someone who's naturally driven to improve their life. Someone who's naturally driven to want personal improvement. What else?
So I want somebody who's not whining about it, is willing to do something about it.
Okay, you want someone that actually takes action. That's weird. You don't want to babysit?
I don't.
So bizarre. I'm sure if you found enough unconscious reactors out there, and if you were really good, you could get them in your business. You could spend the next 5 years like babysitting them to do almost nothing. Right? And this is important because the vast majority of people will talk without doing. Does this make sense? Mm-hmm. And that's fine, but in terms of your energy, who do you want to have on your team? Do you want that person that is never going to take action, or do you want that person that's actually going to work and develop? What else?
Someone who's asking questions or seeking.
Okay. Someone who's a seeker, asking questions. What else?
Yeah, open-minded, being open-minded.
Someone who's open-minded.
New
What else?
experience.
Motivated.
Motivated. What else?
Ambitious.
Committed, ambitious.
Track record in this business.
Okay, ideally, yeah, if you can find someone that has success in network marketing, has success, fantastic. That's an ideal client. What else?
Teachable.
Someone who's teachable. Okay. Someone who's teachable. What else?
Influential.
Someone who's influential, right? You want someone that already has a center of influence. What else?
Self-starter.
Someone who's a self-starter.
A mentor.
Someone who's a mentor. Okay. Right.
I've always thought to recruit at my level or above my level, recruit up.
This is really important. I want to touch on this here in a moment. Here's something that's interesting because I'm just going to say this as it is, right? Like 90% of the mentors in this that you enroll in this business are going to do nothing for their business. Does that make sense? Like they're not going to actively build a business because they've got their own focus. Does that make sense? It's still great to introduce them, but I mean, you could get one of the top mentors in the world, and unless he sees the vision of this and actually wants to promote it, it's not going to necessarily help your business. Does that make sense? It's still great to have them in the network, but the person that you want to bring into the business is someone that's motivated, someone that has a desire to grow, someone that sees the vision, someone that's hungry for financial independence. You know, and if they already have success in business, that's great. So you're looking for people that are entrepreneurial minded, they're opportunity seekers, they're interested in personal growth, right? So if you see someone that's got experience in network marketing in the past, that means they're the type of person that already has this mindset. If you see someone that is at a personal development workshop or seminar, they already have this mindset. If you see someone at an expo, like there's a new consciousness expo that's happening in Salt Lake right now, they're the type of person that's interested in personal growth and development. If you see someone who's a commission-based salesperson, they're ideal for this business because they get it. And it's really important that you understand what the product really is, right? A lot of times, what is the product that we're offering?
Mentorship.
Mentorship. What's the product that we're offering?
Personal development.
Personal development. What's the product we're offering?
Freedom.
Freedom. Okay, so it's important. Like some people think the product is, oh, we've got all of these courses that are online, and that's not what people are buying. They're buying the community. They're buying a sense of having a tribe. They're buying this desire to improve themselves and become better and to break free of where they've been. They're buying the opportunity to make money, right? And so when you're actually speaking to people, it's important that you know what you're directing them to, where you're leading them to, and why they're going to be stepping into working with you. Does this make sense?
So you're looking for someone who's going to respond to the question, what price are you willing to pay for your freedom in a positive way?
Yeah, so I'll be really open. Like the people I'm looking for is I'm saying, hey, who wants to partner with me to be able to create financial freedom in your life? That's the question I'm asking for people, right? And the people I'm bringing on my team, they're leaders. And they're committing. I'm having every person that joined my team commit to spending at least 3 years working on this business. I'm having them commit to a minimum of 5 to 10 hours or more of working on this business. I'm having them commit to at least 30 minutes of personal development. If they're not interested in that, honestly, I don't want them on my team. Not that I don't love them, they can still join the tribe, but I'm not going to invest my time and energy if they're not as committed to their success as I am committed to their success. Does that make sense? Like I want them to make that commitment. And so I have that upfront conversation. It's like, so what are your goals? Do you want to create financial freedom? Do you want to play this game with us? This is what I'm doing, and this is why I'm excited about this. Does this appeal to you? Does this resonate with you? Does this sound like something you'd want to be part of? So I'm looking for leaders. That's what I'm looking for. Does this make sense? I'm not looking for people that, just are going to hop on, listen to a couple programs and then drop off the program in 2 months. I'm not. I want people that are going to lead. Does that make sense? And so my invitation is always like, hey, would you be interested in partnering with me on this? This is something I'm excited about. Does it make sense? Oh, there's so much I want to say. I've only got like 2 minutes. Here's an important paradigm that I want you to share though, is who are you enrolling? There's these tiers of influence. So imagine here's the person that you're speaking to. This is your prospect. I'm just going to call your prospect your future leader. Because I like that way better than prospect. So here's your future leader. You're going to be approaching them from one of 3 different statuses. One, you are going to be approaching them as someone that you are the mentor or expert. Does that make sense? So they already look up to you. They look up to you and respect you as a voice of authority in their life. Does that make sense? They trust your opinion just because they've experienced that. Maybe you've been their teacher, maybe you've been their leader, maybe you've been their boss in the past. And so you naturally have, what do you think? Do you think you have a high level of influence over these people?
Yes.
Absolutely, right? Because they look at you from that space of you're a leader to them. Or you could be a peer or family. This is your friends. These are people that you are, equal to. Does that make sense? Or you are the student, or you're enrolling up. Does that make sense? You see someone that is more successful. They're more successful in business. They're more successful in life. They're more like, you look to them as your superior. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the way you approach is going to be different based on your level of influence? Yes or no? Yes?
Yes, yes.
So let's talk about this really quickly. And just because I only have like 2 minutes to share this. Oh, this is fantastic. So I'm going to be doing a full workshop on this later.
Take some of my minutes.
I'll give you 5 of my minutes. How about
You give 5 of my minutes, so that's fantastic.
Same here.
Go ahead, do what you
I love that. And how about I'll do a full day training on exactly all the scripts, what to say and how to do that, and we'll actually have an opportunity to practice and role play and do that. Would you guys like that?
Yeah.
Because this, honestly, this is the only skill that matters in this business. You master this skill, you'll be enrolling people every single week. Like it's really not hard, but people don't focus on mastering the right skill. Does that make sense? So I hereby commit that I'll do a workshop for you, where it's just like a 1-day intensive where we get a role play, we get a practice. So by the end of the day, you're really comfortable in actually inviting people and communicating.
Is Monday good for you?
Yeah, so will you make sure that gets on our calendar? All right, and I'll have Julie actually get the word out on because I think it's important, and I think it's one thing to hear it, but it's an entirely different thing to practice.
Yeah.
Would you agree? So we'll do that. So I'm just going to walk you through really quickly how I would do each of these invitations. Does that make sense? So I just enrolled someone this week that is joining the network that is a massive rock star. I mean, over the last couple of years, he's trained over 500,000 people across the world. And he is lit up and on fire. The way that I position that to him is like, hey man, like this is really an amazing opportunity. I really think you should check this out. Can I connect you with the owner of the company? Right? So I'm just saying, hey, this might be something that really helps you. And I'm connecting to his need. I'm like, hey, I know that if you have a desire to get your message out there to the world, this is really cool. You should check this out. Can I connect you to, someone who can share with you more? Does that make sense? And so I put him online with someone that has more authority than me, right? In this situation, I did a 3-way call with Chris Crone, right? This guy, I mean, he's going to bring in thousands and thousands of people in the network, right? Because he's someone that I really look up to. He's got more experience than I do, and so I had to approach it from what are his needs, what are his desires, and then give him the invitation. The invitation that I'm going to drive him to in this situation, this is what I want to emphasize is, where are you leading them to? What's the invitation? So in this space, I'm inviting them to speak to someone else, right? I invite them to check out the website here. Check out this website, and if you're interested, I'll connect you to someone who can talk to you more about that. Does it make sense? Does it make sense?
Mm-hmm.
All right, great. So connected to the center of influence. And this is true for all of you. Like if you're trying to enroll someone that you think is like really successful, and they kind of look at you as a student, like connect them to one of your upline. Does it make sense?
Mhm.
Because that third-party referral adds additional credibility. If it's a peer or family member, like it's an equal type experience, then here's the fundamental thing that I want to emphasize. Don't pitch this. Don't feel like you need to master a pitch. You're just mastering an invite. And so in this situation where you're enrolling someone that's you've known for a long time, they've seen your journey, they don't necessarily look up to you as a mentor or expert, you're just friends. From this space of influence, it's just going to be a simple invitation that says, hey, this is really amazing. Hey, there's an event that's coming up. I've got an extra ticket. Would you like to come with me? Notice how simple that invitation is? Like it's a very simple invitation. You don't have to even explain all the details.
What if they ask?
If they ask, then you just keep it really simple and you invite them to look at a tool. So that's a fantastic question. Here, if I send you a link, would you check it out? Does it make sense? Don't try to explain because that's where most people mess up. Does it make sense? If you try to explain, because then you are trying to convince them of why they should join. And it feels like, yeah, I just recommend that you just use the tools, right? So where are you going to invite them to? Either to check out a tool or come to an event, right? It's a simple invitation. And maybe it's an invitation that looks like this. Hey, I just started this journey. I just started a new business and I'm looking for people to partner with. And I was thinking you would be really great to work with on this. Would you be willing to check it out, right? And just give that invitation that says, hey, would you like to check this out? Can you make it to this event? Keep the invitation short, simple, and direct. Does that make sense? Then if you are in the mentor and expert space, it's really easy, right? This is the easiest space to influence people because they already respect you. Is everyone going to say yes?
No.
No, of course not. Heck no. Like maybe 3 out of 10 people. Like even with me being in a space where I have these people going to my workshop, maybe 3 out of 10 will say yes, right? Which is fantastic, right? As long as I keep planting these seeds, what am I going to have in my garden 3 years from now? I'll have a ripe, rich harvest, right? And I want you to keep that image in your mind. Like each person you talk to, you're just planting seeds. Some of the seeds are going to grow, some of them won't. But if you keep planting those seeds, keep nurturing those seeds, keep building that garden, then you'll get to the point where you have this abundant harvest a couple years from now, but just keep planting the seeds. From the mentor expert role, basically, I want you to think like, so Bill's a doctor, right? This is the way that I approach all of my conversations as the mentor expert. I'm just going to find out, so what are your goals? Tell me, what do you want to create in your life? Where are you going? What are the biggest challenges you're experiencing? And then I say something like, well, if I could show you a way where you could be making $5,000 to $10,000 a month in passive residual income, would that be of interest to you? Great. And then what are your specific goals? And I find out what their goals are. And then from this space, as the doctor, as the expert, I'm basically just giving them a prescription. Does this make sense? I'm assuming authority. I'm saying, well, what I recommend for you is this. Here's the program we have. And then I just give the simple call to action. It says, would you like to be part of this? Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. But from the mentor expert space, you have this level of authority where it's easy to basically assume the close, right? Which is like, okay, you ready to get started? In your journey, where do you want to become? Where do you want to be in the future as much as possible?
In the
mentor expert space, right? And so how do you do that? You keep developing your skills, developing your confidence, and increasing your results. And as people begin to see you create results, even those people that right now just look at you as peer or family, you start creating these results, you start assuming this authority as an expert, they're going to start coming to you more and more with, wow, okay, tell me more about what you're doing. I want to know what you're doing. It sounds really awesome. In which case, you're just making the invite. So here's a very simple A very simple process to get the first people in your business. This is the easiest thing that I would recommend for you. Number one, just set up appointments to talk to people. Just send out simple text messages or reach out to them on the phone and say, hey, I would love to catch up. Do you have some time to talk? Right? And in that conversation, you're going to say, I'm excited to share with you some things I'm up to and find out what you're doing. Like, it's just a simple conversation to find out if they're the right person or not. And just to build the relationship. This is our whole goal. Influence happens by building the relationship. You're just investing in the relationship. You have nothing to sell, nothing to pitch. You're just interested in who they are and what their goals are. And then through that conversation, as you set up these appointments, your whole goal is to just say, just to give them a simple invite to the next step, right? Inevitably, as you're interested in talking to them, they're going to be asking you, okay, so what are you doing right now? I say, oh, I'd love to share it. Right now, I'm super excited about this opportunity that I have. I'm building a business and really focusing on creating some financial freedom right now. Is that something you've ever thought about? Is that something you'd be interested in? It's like, yeah, absolutely. Great. Hey, by the way, there's an event coming up next Thursday. It's called Manifest Now. I have an extra ticket. Would you like to come with me? Right? It's a super simple invitation. But just invite them to the events. And here's the deal. When they come to an event like that, we have a large number of people that join. You bring 10 people, I'd be surprised if 5 of them didn't join. Right? Because in that event, they capture the vision, they feel the energy. Like, the events are really the gateway to your success. You want to be more successful in this business, get more people to the event. Does that make sense? So when we do the training, I'm going to be giving you some scripts and some more specific process, and we'll be practicing. But I hope this is helpful as at least an overview. Is that helpful?
Yes.
Yeah. Awesome. Give it up for Julia.
All right. Well, as you can see and feel from Gerald is a master of communication. I love hearing how Gerald very naturally and genuinely communicates with people. And I've learned so much from his techniques that are so authentic, and it helps you just kind of take a deep breath and relax and just say, this is could be a lot easier than I've been making it in my head. You don't have to go sell something. You're just like invitation. So with that in mind, I'm going to bring up Cheryl Buckley.
I want to add one more thing.
Gerald, one more thing. Come on down, Gerald.
This is super important. This woman, she kept inviting me for over a year.
Way to go.
Over a year. I never felt hassled. I never felt like pursued. I never felt like she was trying to take something from me. But it was never the right time for me, right? But she kept inviting. So I said, hey, there's an event. I would love for you to come. I've got an extra ticket. Can you make it, right? And she's sending me these texts every couple months. And I was like, oh, man, I would love to. It's not going to work out. And then finally, it was time. And I connected. I was like, all right, I get it. I get it now. Thank you for being persistent. Mm-hmm. So be persistent, but not annoying.
Yeah, and can I tell one more piece of this story? It's a beautiful story. Because Julia had just come to me probably only a week or two before this happened. And she said, Bill and I have decided that we are no longer going to be IBDs. We are going to be investors. We're going to do our homes. We love Strongbrook, and that's the part of the business that we're going to do. We're no good at the IBD program, and we're not going to do it. So I don't know.
That was before CCMN. That's what we're on the real estate side. We spent blood, sweat, and tears on trying to build our real estate IBD business. But I honestly and genuinely wanted to build a relationship with Gerald just because I knew after hearing him present that he was an incredible transformational leader. And so I also knew that
to live big.
Yeah, and I also knew that if he connected more with Chris Crone again, because they were friends but hadn't really seen what each other was doing, that it could be very powerful. And so that relationship started building through Facebook, through texting, and just inviting him to come and be part of something that was very much like what he was doing. The Conscious Creator book was so much like what he was sharing in his event. So we were invited to live big. We were invited to his birthday party, and that's where it blossomed and really took off.
So the thing I want to emphasize is you're planting these seeds of relationship, but you don't know when they're going to grow. You don't, right? And you don't know which ones will and which ones won't. I guarantee there's other people that she's followed up with a long time that may never join the business, right? But they may. I don't know. Like, it's impossible for us to know. But just keep nurturing that seed, right? Just keep inviting, and you might be surprised what happens in the lives of the people that you want to work with. Something's going to happen. They're just going to shift and say, okay, it's time. I'm ready, right? They might get laid off. Their company might implode, or they might get really frustrated. Like, who knows? Who knows what's going to be that catalyst? But be present and focus on building the relationship. And build the relationship, and then you'll have that space of influence where you can support them when it's time.
And how many of us are glad Julia did not give up? And just me?
And I have to emphasize that relationship really did come from a place of heart, not from my head. I did not have the intention of, I gotta sell Gerald on something or bring him in.
Happened.
It was like, man, just from my heart, I can see that this individual and Chris would benefit so much being connected together, and there could be blessings that come from that. So I was following intuition as well. Now I'd like to bring up my upline leader, one of them, Cheryl Buckley, who is a master at relationships and warm fuzzies. And she also has been a master of hugs and attending events. She knows the power of events, both for two different reasons. So I'm going to have her go into the power of invitation and the power of events.
Thank you. So I want to talk about the secret sauce. And of course, I'm talking coming from my experience and how I built my business. I have been here for 4 years. And I've watched the company with all of its ups and downs and all arounds and everything. But there's one thing that I've done through all those years. What do you think it is?
Showing up.
Showing up. Just showing up. I show up. So guess what? Can you guys show up?
Yeah.
Can you show up? Can you just go? You're here. Today, this is a room full of leaders, because to me, that is what it takes, is to show up. How many people are happy when they see me show up, that they see me at the door, or wherever they see me? I mean, doesn't it feel like, this is a happy place, this is a warm place, this is a loving place, this is a place where I can grow? So, everybody has their different ways of leading. That's how I lead. I show up. And I'm here for you, all of you, everybody. That's why I go do the books. I'm not here just for my team, I'm here for everybody. Juan, would you stay up for just a minute? Would you stand up for just a minute? And Dan LeBaron. This is an example of what events can do for you. So would you come up just for a minute, both of you? I want you to share just real quickly the experience that happened because of an event. And actually, we saw this happen again. Remind me your name. Michael. Michael, would you come up too? Okay, so this was an event at Chris Crone's house. So who's always at the front door at Chris Crone's house? I'm always at the front door. I love to greet everybody. I love to hug everybody. So when Juan showed up at the front door, I did my thing, gave him a big hug. I said, who are you here to, sometimes I ask that, who are you here with tonight? Juan, what did you say?
Nobody invited me?
Nobody invited him. So what does that do when you think, he's here, he has no friends. He needs a friend. Well, guess Dan happened to be standing by me. And did you hear that? Did you hear him say that, or did you just befriend him?
Well, I thought I asked him that too.
Yeah, you probably did.
Yeah, we were connected right from the start because it's something that I have in me a desire to share with a certain kind of folks. And so we started talking.
So they started the conversation, and so guess who's on Dan's team, Dan and Sherry's team? Woo! Juan! And you know what? It's the most beautiful thing.
You said that. Woo, Juan!
Yeah, woo, Juan! Yes. So, Juan, tell us who you just brought into the network.
Well,
One of them. You brought in lots of special people. But
one of them is Alex Day. He's a mentor, 25 years of career. Is like your Les Brown here for the U.S. for the Hispanic, and he's bringing other mentors Alex is working.
So
with him
because
more.
of an event that we showed up to, Dan and I, did you have anybody that night? Do you remember?
Yes, we did.
You did have some.
We had a few.
Sometimes you may have somebody and sometimes you may not. But I know there's different opinions about this. I don't care if I have somebody there or not. I have people that I brought in and I'm there for them. So I'm at every single event.
I just want to share something. Why the reason I signed up with him. And I didn't sign up that night. It was an event following that the same week that I show up. And one thing that I saw is he was there, his upline was there, she was there, her upline, Gary was there. I mean, I was seeing in each event they're
strong
there.
Line. Yeah.
And I see this is the kind of the group that I want to be with. Somebody that is there all the time. Not somebody that just recruit me and leave me alone.
Mm-hmm.
That happened many times to me in network marketing. That's why I quit doing it for some time. But I want to be that leader that I didn't have before, but I got good mentors now that they are there. If they showing me, that's why I'm here today.
Not Chris. Mike.
Yes.
So, Chris's event this week. Michael, tell us what happened to you this week.
This week? Well, this week I signed up.
Yes, Why did you do that?
Because I went to Chris's house randomly. My mom gave me the Conscious Creators book, and there was Chris's address in it. And she was given the book by a friend, and so I stole it from her and read it all. So I went to Chris's house in the afternoon, and Colin told me to come back later that night because they were having a meeting. So I came back and showed up.
So he is a result of an event, right?
Right.
Read a book first, but if he would have just read the book and there was no event to get to, do you think he'd be signed up today? I don't think so.
Nope.
So events, yes, events. Thank you so much. Let me tell you something else I think is very important about events. In my notebook, which I always take notes, by the way, in my notebook, I have a little corner here. These are all my peeps that showed up. This gives me a record of who is really on my team. Because who's really on your team? The people that show up. That's who's really serious and who's really on your team. So these are the people that I'm going to say, these guys are engaged. They are worthy of my time and effort, and the best of my time and effort. I will give love and all that to everybody, you know that. But the ones that show up, and I think it's an awesome thing. This is fun to see how this grows too. As you measure things, they grow. So real quickly, let's name some events that we can take people to. So that everybody knows what we should be, not should be, but these are opportunities that we can have these wonderful results that we just saw.
Manifest now. It's coming up.
Manifest Now. I can't even tell you, this is the most powerful event. We have Chris Crum and Gerald Rogers in the same room for a whole day. And to watch those two going back and forth with each other is the most beautiful dance ever. I love it. So Manifest Now, that happens one time a month. So it's just once a month for a day. It's a day long.
Then the symposium right after.
Yes, and the same night will be the symposium. And we're gonna, at the end of the day, we're gonna tell you the dates on these. Symposium is once a month. Can you guys show up once a month? A few times.
Yeah.
Once a month, a few times. What else do we have? Somebody we read. Let's see, how do you spell that?
IOUS.
Creator. Okay, let me tell you, Conscious Creator, that will change your life. I mean, Wileen, where's Wileen? When she was talking about being on the edge, Some of us have stood on a little tiny thing on the top of a tree, and then we have dove for our dreams and our goals. Literally dove. And so conscious creator, the things that you'll do there, you'll be out of your comfort zone. It will completely change your life. And this is being ready to change. So we have one more, as it has been in the past. The next will be kind of a combination with Live Big and Conscious Creator. Those are going to be unbelievable. Okay, so what else? Chris's house. We know that one.
Gary does a meeting every Monday, right?
Gary.
In the office.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
leadership. Leadership is a great one. Monday, leadership. And you know what, guys? We used to have that live stream, but we haven't.
And we do now.
Do we have it going again?
Yes.
Perfect, because I know people have been missing that.
This is something that we're doing for our team, but I'm just going to give an opinion. I'm going to
Wonderful.
start doing weekly opportunity calls in the evening.
Wonderful. Do you know what day or anything?
Those will be on Wednesday nights. We're going to start that in May. We'll probably also have some during the day for the people that's easier for. We'll be creating that.
Wonderful. Okay, so guys.
So Cheryl?
Yes.
The events tab on.
Yes.
On
events tab.
the website is huge because people put events on there. They may not be on your team, they may not be on your upline, but they may be across from you. But those are super important because they are events and they're important for the people who are posting them so that they're public, because the more people that are in a room, the energy it creates is important. So not only are you giving your people opportunities, you are supporting the group as a whole and helping energize other people's events. Usually, usually it's good to give them some kind of a heads up, hey, I'm bringing 5 people in case they have food planning or anything like that.
That's awesome.
That's it. They give you, you're giving back to them as well.
Yes, what if you only have 5 people? What if 5 people would have come today? It still would have been okay, it would have been meaningful, we would have learned, but I love the energy that's in a room full of people that are here. We're all going after the same things and believing in the same thing. Okay, so this is some of our events.
Don't forget grand opening.
Oh, yes, oh, we gotta remember those, yes. Home meetings and grand openings, and we're gonna talk about that next. So I want to get off the stage here to give Carolyn a chance to do this important event called the grand opening. So I was gonna do events and then I was gonna go why events, but you know what? I did a great visual aid. You can see why do we want events. One thing I did want to mention, all of you that went to convention, just think for a minute what you got from going to the convention. Think of the feelings, think of the relationships, think of the motivation, think of the decisions that you made that you're going to use going forward. Think of how that changed your business. Attending events, being present and giving all you have at the event. Be a giver at the event, not just a taker. When you go to an event, don't just think, what can I get out of this? What can I give to this event? Okay? So that's what I would challenge you. I will actually promise you that if you will become a person who understands the importance of events, and you will attend all of the events, and you will teach your people to attend events, they will be here a year from now. My people that are with me have been here for the long haul because we love each other and we want to grow together. So events, take advantage of them. Now we're gonna have Carolyn come up. Carolyn, what can we say about Carolyn? She is all of our, yes, you wanna?
I'm sorry, I want to
That's
ask
okay.
a quick question. Did
Okay.
I hear you correctly say that we can put events up on the events tab?
Yes.
We have to go to the company or.
And please do. You can go to the events tab and it'll say that you can post your event. And then everybody in that area, and that's the beauty of what's going to happen as we go across the United States and beyond, that we'll be able to put our people, tie our people into the events that are happening. where we can't get there. The event will be happening. It'll be beautiful and wonderful. And we'll know exactly what's going to go on there, and we'll feel confident we can send them to the event. So, my Carolyn, our mighty leader. So, she's going to talk to us about the power of grand openings. And I just have to say, when we were focusing on grand openings, my business, I was almost a presidential founder. I was that close. And then for some reason, we went off on a tangent and we didn't do grand openings. And so now I'm working my way back up, but now we are going to resurrect the grand openings with our mighty leader, Carol.
Yes, there you go. Well, give it up for Cheryl. Have you been so well fed so far? Who here has had an amazing event being here? Yes, really good. Yeah. I so appreciate Julia and Bill for putting this together, and Wileen and Gerald and everyone and Cheryl that has participated in presenting to you. It's been amazing. And I just feel so grateful when I look at all of you and I just think of you just give me so much excitement about what we're doing, because we are changing the world. We are doing something amazing. This is not just a little business that you have. This is a movement. This is a cause. This is so important. And I hope you can all feel that in your heart, because that is what is going to break you through every single fear you ever have, right? So today, I'm so glad Cheryl was talking about these events. And I also want to say women's group is another event. Oh, yes, for the women. Although we have some men that are like, why can't we be part of that? Anyway, and welcome to all of you. I have to blow kisses to everybody out there, because the convention was amazing and I miss you guys. So anyway, but we're going to be talking about who here, they were talking about fast track and cars and keys and everything. Who here would like to take their car to a rocket ship? Would that be awesome in your business? Yeah. Well, like Cheryl was saying, it was such a good segue, because when she was talking about how she almost was qualifying for presidential founder. Who here would want to be a presidential founder, right? And you have an opportunity now to do that. And so doing a grand opening is a great way to shift from being in a car to a rocket ship. And the reason why is because, so they already talked about, you get your list of 200 people or more. I mean, it's your wedding list, right? It's your Christmas list. It's every single person on this planet that you know, and maybe some that you don't. And you just invite and you get there. But so you're going to be, what you're doing with the grand opening is obviously, so you've got your list of 200 people, and you're kind of going down and figuring out your 25 top generals that you want, right? Your people that you want on your advisory board, all that stuff. You're figuring those people out. Well, as you're preparing for your grand opening, because you're going to need some time, you're going to need about 4 or 5 weeks before you actually have your big grand opening. So during that time, it's not like you're not doing anything, okay? You're doing a lot of stuff. And so as you're working with those 25 people, let's say you bring those 25 people, maybe they go to an event at Chris Crown's or somebody else's grand opening. Let's say you get 5 people on your team before you even have your grand opening, right? Then if you get them in early enough, they can be participating in your grand opening with you, which will make it that much bigger, right? So that's something that you want to think about. So the first thing, when you're putting on a grand opening, and thank goodness, I mean, Strongbrook Trainer startup in the CCMN library, there's the 90-day startup, and all of this stuff is in there. So if I don't get to it, just go in there and you'll find out everything you need to know about putting on a grand opening. And honestly, I have participated in probably either presenting or helping or doing something in about 200 to 250 grand openings. So I was strongbrooktrainer.com until they got this. So thank heavens, thank heavens Chris put this together. And so that everyone could get the information that they need, and I don't have to be on the phone with all of you. You can just check it out, right? But the first thing to really get a good grand opening going, right? You got to pick a date, right? How many times do we put that date off for some reason? I can't believe how many times people rescheduled their grand opening and pushed it off. But what does success love? It loves speed
and it loves action. So if you want to be successful in this business, I suggest that you really embrace the ideas of speed and action. Okay? So if I am telling you right now that it takes like 4 to 5 weeks to put on a grand opening, if you are a person that wants success, and I assume you are because you guys are here, right? So you're the kind of people that I love to work with. You're here, you're motivated, you're committed, you're hungry, right? So if I tell you that it's going to take about 4 weeks to put on a grand opening, I see a person right there. Ashley, I see her putting it into her calendar. I don't know for sure, but so are you guys going to wait? Are you going to wait to figure out your date for your grand opening? Or maybe even before you leave this building today, you're looking at your calendar and you're like, I've got a date. And you send that date to your upline leader and you put it on, what were we just talking about? The event calendar, right? Who here thinks that that would get you motivated from the get-go right as you walk out the door today? Yes? Do you think you're going to do that? Okay. Who here is willing to do that?
Ours is June 5th.
June 5th? Okay. Okay. Give me some dates. Give me some dates. I want to hear. April 25th? Okay. We already got something going.
Right.
Okay. Okay. So really, I'm not kidding you. If you want to really do this business, if you want to run fast, if you want to be a presidential founder, because that would be awesome, right? Every person here should be marching across that stage next convention, getting something phenomenal, right? I hope all of you are getting the Presidential Founder Award. So, and that is possible. That is so possible. So get your date, and then you're gonna need to, you got like 200 people or more, right? So you're gonna need to send out invitations. And these invitations, they're not gonna be what gets people to that event. I can guarantee you. Right. And because a lot of times people are like, oh, I can do my grand opening. All I have to do is just send out these invitations and pray that they'll all come. That is not going to work. The only reason why we send out invitations is because it makes it seem a lot more official, right? It makes it seem like you're serious. You're serious. This isn't just a little fly-by-night meeting. This is a real big thing to you, right? So that's why you send out the invitations, but the invitations themselves are not going to be what actually gets people in seats. Okay, so you send out your invitations 4 to 5 weeks in advance. And there are some invitations that you can order in your back office. They're a little bit more geared on the real estate side, so you may want to just figure out some CCMN ones that you custom order, have your own flair, whatever, on it. But so you order your invitations, and then the second you get those, what happens sometimes? You get your invitations, you're all excited. And if you wait and fill them out later, I mean, you've got weeks, that you've already wasted. So you've got to be prepared with your list and your addresses before those invitations even show up in the mail, right? Or you pick them up or whatever. So the second you get your invitations, you start writing down those addresses. You get them out, and then you start calling. Because calling takes a lot more time than people think it's going to take. Okay? It takes a lot more time. And it could take 10 to 20 hours, who knows, maybe more, it depends how much you talk. But I would suggest talking, I would suggest, and there's scripts, if you're afraid and you don't know what to say, all the scripts are right in this. And so you don't need to be afraid at all. And I would suggest going over the scripts a few times until you can kind of make it your own, so you don't sound like you're reading a script, right? Anyway, so the scripts are all there, that part's taken care of, but you have got to call these people or they will not come. They will not come, and that's what I mean. You cannot lean on that invitation at all. But what the only part you do lean on the invitation is you can call them and say, hey, so-and-so, did you get my invitation? And then that gives you an opportunity to have a really great conversation with this person. Okay, so you've sent your invitations, you've called all these people, you're on target, and do not mess with the timeline. I mean, you got to keep with the timeline, because if you wait to the last minute, you're not going to get the results that you want. Okay, so you're going to have after the initial invite, you are asking them to RSVP. You're asking them to RSVP, and that's really important because you want to know about how many people are coming. When people RSVP, do you think all of those people are going to show up? Nope. No. Okay. How many of them do you think will show up? Okay, about half of your RSVPs, right?
Yeah.
That's not half of your 200.
Yeah.
That's not half of your 200. That's half of the people that said they will be there, right? Okay, so that gives you an idea of about how many people are going to be there. So a week, and you can, it depends kind of with your people and how you think that they are, but like 3 to 7 days before the event, make sure you have called all of your RSVPs and you have let them know that you plan on them being there. You have a special gift set aside for them. You're so glad that you have dependable friends that keep their commitments. You can say a lot of things. But seriously, I mean, because you want them to know that it's really important that they were willing to commit and to support you, right? Okay. So let's see. So after that part, okay. So who is going to present? Who's going to present at this grand opening? What are you going to do? Any ideas? Okay. No, you can even, I mean, if you don't, hopefully everyone here has a great upline leader that could present for them, or you guys, I mean, all of you could probably present on your own right now. But you could even do this. This might be a new angle with the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network. You might want to invite a potential mentor to come speak at your grand opening for maybe a short amount of time, and just tell them, I'm having my grand opening. It's all about personal development. I really respect you in that space. I was wondering if you would just come and just share with my friends a little bit about what you do, right? So not only are you having a grand opening, now what have you done? You've created a space for a mentor to join the network. And so you could have that part, and then you could invite an upline leader to come and present for you. And as you get more confidence in your own abilities to present, you can be presenting. But at a grand opening, it's kind of good to have another person edify you, because this is your grand this is your grand opening. And so it's good to have that other person edify you, and then you have an opportunity to you have that opportunity to share with other people why you're doing this, right? Why this makes you tick, why you're excited. And you can do it. I mean, some people, there's some people that don't like the big, gold ribbon and all the scissors and all that, but a lot of people do. And so for a lot of people in the back office, there's all these grand opening supplies, in the shopping cart. And so if you want to have the ribbon and, I don't know, are the scissors?
The scissors are just available.
Yeah, the scissors are available here. I don't think you can buy those on the shopping cart. But there's those great big giant scissors that are here and for you out there, you can either get those or just use normal scissors. It works. But so anyway, if you let's see. Oh, and as far as like the gift, obviously the Conscious Creator book would be a fabulous gift, right, to be giving your people. So you're going to have to think about that in advance and make sure you've ordered boxes of the books so that those can be available. And anyway, can you go to the picture? Can you just go to the picture a little bit? Okay, so this is just kind of a picture, a little picture of kind of how you would do your grand opening, and it's kind of similar to this. I mean, so you've got a presenter up here. You're gonna have your books and all that. You want music, right? You're gonna want some upbeat music for when people come in. Some people love to have food at their grand openings. You don't have to do that, but if you like to, that's an additional thing. A lot of times we'll start the grand opening at around 6:30 to 7. We'll be kind of mingling and eating, And then at 7 is when the actual meeting starts. And so that way everybody has a chance to network and get to know people. They've had food, they're feeling really comfortable and friendly with each other. And then they sit down and have the presentation. You're gonna want enrollment forms there, so you're ready to sign people up. You're going to, and you can even make like an Eventbrite page if you like, and actually have people register for your grand opening, make it seem even more official. You're going to want to make sure for your presenter, you're going to need to ask them, do you need a projector? What about the screen? Those kind of things. And there's a whole list. They have it all down there for you. There's a whole list of what you might need and all that. So I'm telling you right now, do this, do this. It will get you to presidential founder. It got us to presidential founder. It can get you to presidential founder. Before I take questions, I just want to say one more thing. You know, one thing in doing these phone calls, because that's where usually things fall apart, right? Because that's where we start feeling afraid, right? Sometimes we start feeling afraid about rejection or whatever it is. And for one thing, I mean, Gerald mentioned such beautiful things about communicating in a simple way, inviting and connecting in just such a simple way. And I would just like to add to that, you know, when you're coming from a space of love and serving, all of that self-consciousness goes away. All of that worry about their judgment of you goes away, because you are no longer caring about yourself. You are caring about them. And that is how you influence people. That's how you love people. That's how you change this world. And I will tell you one thing, when I decided to be a leader in this company, I chose something. I chose something new for myself. And I chose that I would never let fear bully me again. And the reason why I chose that is because I grew up in such a whole environment of fear my entire life. I had all these really, you know, we all get experiences, right? And I had tough ones. And I saw, you know, I had things happen at school where a friend was murdered. I had a principal beat up. I had, you know, all my own bullying experience that happened to me. And you know what I was doing? You know what I was doing? You know what I was letting those experiences do to me? I was letting those bullies of my past bully my entire future. And I will never let that happen again. So I tell you that the person you are waiting for to show up is that person that's behind the door of fear, because you are never going to be who you want to be. You will never have what you want to have until you reach out and rip off the prison doors of fear and set yourself free. Yes. And I deeply love every single person in this room. I know every single one of you could be a presidential founder up on stage next convention. I believe in you. And I know that if you will take action, if you will follow, you know, the leadership and all the things that we're giving you to do, you will change this world. And I love you.
Can I just say, I just wanted to put in another plug for events. Carolyn is a product of an event.
Oh, there you go. There you
Remember the first event that you actually attended?
Oh, that's right.
And got that big check. Now that would change all of our perspectives.
Yeah, Carolyn's life was
As an
changed.
event.
Carolyn's life was changed.
I'm curious, how many people in this room
By attending
joined
the
because of
convention.
attending an event?
That's what I was gonna say, event.
Wow, look at this, like really look at this. Like if your whole mission in your business was just to see how many people you could get to each event.
Exactly.
Like you spent all month to trying to get 10 or 20 people to manifest now. Like just imagine where your business would be.
That's right. So you have it down. April 23rd, Manifest Now. That evening is symposium and next year's convention. Look ahead to convention, look ahead to some of these fabulous events. The Conscious Creator Live Big 3-day. And I have some extra tickets here we're going to hand out this afternoon. So with participation, we have some Manifest Now tickets and 3-day Live Big. These events are powerful. I appreciate Carolyn so much. Carolyn has been a mentor and associate of mine since we've been in the company, and she's seen me go from being kind of like a little baby kindergartner and grow up, and now I'm stepping up into a greater me. I'm finding my sacred self. I am ready to step into leadership, and really, you know, it just takes doing it. It takes getting yourself educated and going to events and doing everything that we're sharing with you today. And rinse and repeat over and over and over, and you eventually build the habits. You know, I served a church mission in Italy, and I remember after I'd been there 2 weeks, I was crying to these other missionaries, and I just bawled. I'm just like, I can't understand anything anybody's saying, and I don't understand the language, and I should know it by now. I spent 2 months in this mission training center, and they just all laughed at me and said, oh, don't worry about it. They just downplayed it so much. And just so you know, it's very, very normal to feel like when you get into a new company that the language is foreign, that there's all these acronyms and terminology that you may not be familiar with. But repetition is very powerful. And so the more you just don't give up, just keep in there, keep plugging along and keep building and keep hammering those nails in your foundation and in your structure, you're going to start building. This house is going to start appearing before your eyes, and it's going to be beautiful. And your rocket's going to take off. So I wanted to shift gears a little bit. We're going to take a break for about 15 minutes. But before we take a break, I wanted to emphasize one more thing again. How important it is to have fun, okay? Have fun along the way. Create joy. There have been mornings when I have awakened and haven't slept the night, and I have had anxiety or things on my mind to worry about, and that has never served me. So I started learning from my mentors. I started learning from the affirmations and from their reprogramming, learning how to shift gears and to make that decision, to make the choice to think differently, to program my mind differently. So I started waking up when I would feel not so great, just saying, I choose. No, I'm not going to listen to your voice and habit and pattern. I choose to be happy today, and I'm going to have joy, and I'm going to wake up and I'm going to get up and say, I have energy and I feel great and I have a strong body and I am a leader. And I immediately go get my phone and I start putting my mantras on. And my mantras are a half hour. So you can have different kinds of mantras, and it's very, very powerful. But part of my mantras is to have fun, and to actually, I would love to develop a keener sense of humor. So that's on my kind of vision board. So, whether it's playing a game, like I watched Carolyn son Preston do the Rubik's Cube. I have no clue all the secrets to doing a Rubik's Cube. But that, there's games, like my husband and I, we like to play Boggle, just to break away from seriousness and to just break the pattern, have a pattern interrupt when you need to release stress and relax and unwind. Just step away from work, take a break, and play a game. Play Boggle, play, just get something out. There's millions of games out there. Also, have a sense of humor and laugh at yourself. Be easy on yourself, forgive yourself, laugh at yourself. Okay, I have a funny for the day. It's pretty funny.
Well, premature laugh.
Premature laugh. No, so this morning I had to laugh at myself because I was getting ready to come here for the day. And I was putting my makeup on and getting my hair ready. And I had this little sample lipstick. It was pink. And I had it in my hand. And somehow the lid had fallen off, and so it was kind of getting melted in my hand, which I didn't realize, right? And I'm styling my hair, and all of a sudden I look at my hair, and I have these streaks of pink lipstick, right? And I'm like, I don't have time to wash my hair, and I don't have time to change it. So I just looked and I just started laughing at myself. And I'm like, that's pretty funny. Okay, I'm a visionary. What can I do to make the best out of this? I'm like, you know what? I'm going to streak my hair with my lipstick. And so I don't know if you noticed, but I took that little lipstick and I'm like, this is going to be pretty funny. So I got some on my fingers, and I just said, you know what? I should be really stressed right now because I'm going to be in charge of a fast track training that's 4 hours, and I'm in charge, right? And I just said, Jules, just go for it. And I streaked it all through my hair. And then I got baby powder on my hands to kind of seal it in. And then I styled my hair. And I'm like, I'm just going to have a fun hair day and make the best of this and laugh at myself. know, things are gonna happen. You're gonna stumble and you're gonna fall, and that's okay. Falling is what our children do for how many months until they're able to stand up on their own. Falling is great. And broken things are great. God loves broken things. He loves broken hearts. He loves us when we break, when we fall apart. We just need to stay connected to ourselves. First and foremost, stay connected to God. Stay connected to your spouse or your significant other. Stay connected to your family. That's the priority. When you have that core and that part of your foundation, you will be able to build a business successfully out from there. So with that, I want everybody to stand up. I want you to put your arms up in the air. I want you to turn this way. Okay, if we had music, that was one thing I forgot. I want you to put your hands on top of the shoulders of the person in front of you. And I want you to do a little massage. Okay, here we go. Get the shoulders going, get the neck. Take time for massage. Always take time for massage. Ah, touche. Oh yeah. All right. Okay, arms up in the air. Turn around. Other side. Make sure and take time to pamper yourself. Release stress. All right. Okay. Great. Thank you. Okay, folks, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and you're free to go have a potty break, go out in the hall and get a few snacks. Now, bathrooms out the front doors, out in the lobby. One thing I would like to have you do, because we are live streamed right now and the camera is going to continue rolling, is those who would like to come up and share a testimonial of the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network or their business or any of these principles that we've shared. I would love to have you come up and share anything that you would like to share.
Awesome. Thank you. You're right in front of the camera. You're good.
I've been waiting for the break.
Trisha's gonna go.
I'll share. Okay.
Right there.
Okay. I will share that I just have loved learning from this
Hey guys,
family,
conversations out that way so we can hear testimonials.
this community. I love learning from my friends. They're like family, and it's just so uplifting. So I'm glad to be here. I'm glad you're here.
That was awesome.
Hello, I'm Travis Johnston, with Ashley, and we joined about a year ago, but we weren't really enthusiastic about the business, really getting into it. But we just went to the convention. Well, I guess before that, I had a transformation where I found my bliss, which is something I learned from Chris, was how to find my bliss and how to pursue it and learning the laws of manifestation. And that brought me to Conscious Creator Mentoring Network. And this is really just kind of launched our commitment to this business. And it's been so much fun.
Well, we went to convention, which was incredible. And the energy about that really put us in line with who we know we are and what our purpose is in life. And that made us commit to our success, which is something we'd never done before. We realized that a lot of people actually aren't committed to their success, that they're not waking up in the morning thinking, what am I going to do today to live my mission, my life mission, and be actually committed to it, and know that even if I fail forward, that I'm still committed and that no one can take that away from us. So we decided we were going to be committed to our life mission and our success, and we decided that in our life we attract quality people. And like, I don't know how, what was it, just a couple days after convention, we had a young gentleman show up on our lawn.
He came to us.
He came to us, who was looking for something, we don't know what. He just came over and was like, hey, did you see the crash that happened? Because an accident just happened on the corner over there. And we started talking about it and started to realize that he wasn't sure about where he wanted to go in life. He knew that he loved the personal development area of life. And so we offered him, or talked about the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network, and said, hey, Chris Crumb's having a meeting at his house.
This was just this Tuesday. He came.
Yeah.
And he signed up there.
Yeah, like he wanted to come. And
He's here right now.
We'll
have to have him,
He's in the bathroom somewhere.
we'll have to have him come talk.
Anyway, but just that when you align yourself with your purpose, when you commit to your success, and when you decide that you're a high caliber person and you vibrate at an energy of gratitude, that people find you. When you're out there doing your stuff, you're out there talking, you're out there seeking to serve people, that the people that are meant to be in your life and in your company will find you if you're open to receive them from any direction and any way they come to you.
The law of attraction is a real thing. We see it happen. We saw it happen to us.
It's big.
That's right. So, yeah.
Go to it.
Yeah.
Great job, guys. Thanks. And you're gonna need to get used to it because as you rise up in leadership, you know, they have you do that all the time. So.
Yeah.
And just know that, yeah, no matter how your hair is, you might be on camera, you might be put on a presentation somewhere that you never really were. Oh yeah, it's like, goes through things.
Hey, my name is Will Davis. My wife Lisa and I signed up with the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network and the real estate side of Strongbrook. At the end of February, we attended Manifest Now and follow the power of the message that is being shared here with Strongbrook. Part of what I want to share with you is just the power that mentoring has had for me. All of these ideas are life-changing. It just depends on you to implement them. One thing that was powerful for me from convention was this idea of changing your language to change your thoughts. Mike Grigger shared that what you tell yourself will determine the level of success you're willing to achieve. If you say, I can't do it, you're not going to succeed. You say, maybe I can do that, you got a higher percentage succeeding. You say, I'm going to, a little higher. Say, I am doing it, that's about 90%, and say, I did it, and that's 100%. So take it from, I'm going to, or I am, to I did it. Once you make that choice that you are going to do it, that's all it is. The rest is just formality. You can tell yourself, I did it, because it's there in your mind and in your heart, and the rest just follows naturally. And I just wanted to share that with you, because that's been powerful for me in moving forward. And remember, it doesn't have to be perfect. You don't have to do it perfect, just do it. And then the results will come. And there's some power in just getting out and focusing on the activity instead of the results. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Bill Graydon. One of our mantras is that all the right people we need to grow our business come to us. 4 days before convention, we were over at the gym doing our workout. After our workout, we had the opportunity to just chat with a gentleman who was there. And as we got talking about what he was doing and what we were doing, he became very excited about the Conscious Creator Network. We took the opportunity to invite him to the national convention, and he showed up. He paid his way and showed up to come to national convention. He's a gentleman that wants to take this international, to a foreign country. He has the intent to go back there and to get involved in politics at a local and national level. Has quite a large base of constituency back there, and he is very excited about what's going to happen when he heard about the international thrust of the business. So you just don't know what's going to turn around and walk into your life, just as the previous couple talked about. It can be the man that walks up to your house. It can be the person that you just meet at the gym. It can be the person that you meet at the gas station. Any number of people may be that right person who's going to take your business to the next level.
Live camera. Wait. Up there, tell a joke. Sense of humor. Tell a dirty joke. The big fella met 3 came out. All right, brother. Yeah, it's right on the street. I'll go let this freaking out first. Hey, you guys gotta go up there? You guys gotta go up there? You ready?
I was just gonna tell you what our lineup was for next week. We got Steven this week.
No, we just know.
Somebody you don't know. We gave it a month, but we did it, so it's come on. We got Kevin, his first week, the second. And we've got.
I'm already dated.
Tyler did the third week.
It's like that one. Shirley. She's my
They'll be syndicated on my channel.
I know, but it's, oh, Shirley, you won't forget my name. Yeah, I like that. I love that. That is so cute.
Right here, right now. Yeah, tell who you are, what you do.
All right. Hello, my name is Michael Cannon with Smart Cut Solutions. Gary asked me to get up here and tell you about 4 or 5 events we've got coming up the next month. My wife and I do a radio show called Smart Cut Radio. It's on at 9 a.m. on Wednesday mornings. If you go to smartcut.us/radio, you can listen live, or if you look for Smart Cut Radio on iTunes, you can download it because it's syndicated there. This week on Wednesday morning, we're going to have Stephen Miller, one of the co-owners of the company, talk to us about the Strongbrook opportunity. On the first week in May, the first Wednesday in May, Kevin Clayson will be talking to us about his role and his opinions of Strongbrook. The next week, we're going to have Gary and Carolyn on to talk about their experience with Strongbrook and how they've managed to grow their business in their lives. The week after that, we're going to have Tyler Bennett on to talk about, he focuses on acquisitions and strategy and that kind of thing, right?
Yep.
And then the final week in May, we're going to have Gerald Rogers on to talk about how you approach people, how you deal with people when you're presenting them with the Strongbrook opportunity. A lot of what he did today, but also in a lot more detail. Michael Cannon, Smart Cut Solutions. Thank you.
Awesome. Beautiful.
9 o'clock Mountain Time.
9 o'clock Mountain Time. Come here. Come here. Might as well be together. 9 o'clock Mountain Time.
Smartcut.us/radio.
Is it Smart Cut or Cuts?
Singular.
Singular.
So SMARTCUT.
Right.
.US/radio.
And a smart cut is an intelligent way to take a shortcut.
A smart cut, a good way to take a shortcut. Smart. Well, I get it. That's awesome. Yeah, that's awesome. And that's Wednesday mornings at 9 a.m. Mountain Time. There you go. Done. You're up. It's all you. Come on. Come on, go. You can do it.
Are you telling everybody your
Hey, you should say happy birthday to your wife.
Just tell them highlights. For a second.
Yeah, just tell highlights.
I've never seen your birthday story, so stand there and tell us. Awesome.
Hi, I'm Laurie George. I just joined the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network about 2 months ago. And part of my motivation for joining the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network was because I had just gone through a really traumatizing divorce and felt very lost in life. And I thought my plan was to just go back to school and get my degree. And I was going to go that route because that's what I was told to do. That's what I was expected to do. And even being back in school, I still didn't really have passion. I loved being in school, I loved learning, but there was just no passion. And I went to an event about 2 months ago and had the opportunity presented to me for the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network. And immediately this light went off inside of me. And I found my passion, that this is a network of people who truly are motivated to grow and develop, and above all else, to love. And to be supportive in that love, to help everybody within this network grow and develop to where they can be their most powerful conscious creators. And for me, that just struck home. I thought, this is home. The Conscious Creator Mentoring Network is my home. These people are my family. And if you haven't joined or you don't know what it's about yet, I highly recommend that you find out, because it will change your life. All right, welcome back. Second part of our fast track training. Okay, so those of you who would like to share something real quick, we have some tickets for those of you who volunteer. What I want to do is ask you to share some of the pearls that you have gained so far today. I love pearls. As you may know, there are many different colors of pearls. Oysters in the ocean create the most magnificent creations when they create a pearl. A little piece of sand irritates them and aggravates them, and they go through all the stress of being irritated by this pearl, and they coat it, and eventually that irritated piece of sand, they're able to create a beautiful pearl. And so I got these pearls. Our kids went to the Philippines, and these are pink pearls. I also have black pearls and white pearls, and I love, thanks. And I love pearls. And when I was in 7th grade, we read a book called The Pearl, and just is very symbolic to me of how we can take something that may start out being a frustration and create something beautiful out of it that can be a symbol of our hard work and dedication. So with that, I'm going to just take 3 of you to share real quick. Go ahead.
I think when Carol and I first started this, I need to go in the camera. Hi, camera. When Carol and I first started this, we were so excited about this, and so when we were talking to people, we would just, I guess what we call bombing on. We were just like, on and on, this, and then you'd look at the people and they're going, and a deer in the headlights. But I think with the pearl is that, and it was Gerald that said it, keep it simple. It's the KISS, K-I-S-S, keep it simple.
Whatever you want to put out.
Whatever you want to put out. Sweet.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Anyway, that was.
Okay, here's a ticket for Manifest Now. Good for 2 people.
Thank you.
Come on up. Or stand up so we can hear you. Okay. Tell us. Go ahead.
Okay. I think one of the good pearls is the GPS. You know,
GPS.
really taking that time to ground yourself and kind of, taking that time in the morning for yourself. because when you're really taking that time for yourself and you're really trying to find out who you are, people notice, and people notice that something's different and they're making a change and they want to know why. It's the same thing like when you served a mission or when I served a mission. It was they wanted to know what is it changing that's going on in your life, and they want to be a part of it. And I think that's going to be a real key in helping others to find this mentorship.
Thank you. Here's a ticket good for 2 passes to America's Life. Okay, go ahead.
I thought one of the girls, when they announced that they were going global, I got so excited. I think, this is a program for all seasons, for all people. And people need to be, self-development. And
Personal development is for everyone.
Someone said that if you want to, when you go to a foreign country, learn how to say hello and learn how to say thank you. Having grown up in the islands in Hawaii, everybody's chop suey. There's no, it transcends any ethnic barrier, and everybody gives, and like you say, like the little stream, give, listen, the little stream. When you give, you feel happy. You're giving, and you're just.
Thank you. That's fabulous.
The thing I loved was.
Come up here so we can hear you on the microphone. Okay.
You're jumping up and down, you might as well come up here.
I know. I had to go.
Jump it up and down.
I was so
She's
happy and
excited.
energetic. I had to run around the building. I can't hold all this energy. The thing I liked the best was the specifics on how to make my list, because I was kind of stuck on that, and how you determine who the best people are to talk to. That was the best ever.
Great.
Thank you so
Great.
much.
Extra tickets. Thank you. We have lots of input. This is awesome. Love to share.
Happy birthday to your wife.
This is Carl. Now, let me tell you about Carl just for a second. We might go a little over time. Carl and Cindy Teedy are my direct upline leaders. Okay. Cindy Teedy is one of the reasons I'm passionate also about sharing this message, because she shared it with me. My dear friend Cindy and I were friends for many, many years. And Carl has been so diligent to attend events, to be a supportive leader, to be there to help build Cindy and his business. Cindy was in a terrible accident this last year and has severe brain damage, and she's in a facility up in Salt Lake. And we are so grateful for Cindy and her spirit of enthusiasm and her love for all of us. So many people came into this company. And Carl today is her birthday. So we're all going up later this afternoon. And we honor her. We honor Carl, and I will do everything I can to support and help build their team. Go ahead, Carl.
What do I say to that? A couple things I got from this: go to the events, go to everything. Always try and get somebody there, but even if you can't, just go anyway, because it's showing support for the other people and stuff like that. Grand openings. We had a great grand opening. That's where Julia came in. And Dan back there came in then, and stuff, and things have kind of dwindled off from the grand openings, but I think they might be coming back. The other big thing, I think I've been struggling with this for a long time. What is my why? And I think it came to me. I think my why must be Cindy and everybody else. So that's it.
To stand up on the camera.
Yeah. Come on, Sarah.
I'm not comfortable in front of cameras.
That's okay. We got to break outside our comfort zones, right? That's right.
The big one for me is just not being afraid. Not being afraid. Like, I've kind of held in space of, well, I'll approach these people as I might know something I can share with them, but I'll approach these people as you're so great and so wonderful, and I'm not even really worthy to talk to you. And I just kind of sat there today and just went, why am I doing it that way? Why not? I've got something beautiful to share it. And if they take it, great. And if they don't, they don't. But just share. And don't be afraid of the no's, because you never know after a year of some persistence and friendly reminders, what could come about?
Awesome. Here we go. I think we need to move on. But with that, I'm glad Sarah mentioned that, because you know what fear is?
False evidence appearing.
False evidence appearing real. It's a lie. You know, this clicked with me when I heard Chris Crone, after so many presentations, I finally this one day got it. That fear is the illusion. It's not the truth. Fear is the illusion. This material world, this is the illusion. It's not reality and the truth. What's real and true is what you can create in your mind, what your imagination can create. That is what's real. And it seems backwards, but I want you to ponder that, because I am learning that fear is just way overrated. I mean, we created ourselves, and we hang on to our limiting beliefs, and we hang on to our fear because we think we're supposed to. It's a lie. When you can decide and make the choice to not be afraid and just to choose to believe in yourself and to choose confidence and to choose faith in yourself and faith in God, it's all there. That's the light. Fear and darkness, that is the illusion and that is the lie. Don't buy into it. You waste a lot of your time. You waste a lot of life when you give into fear. I have been wanting to conquer fear for so long in my life, and it's happening. I haven't felt nervous today at all. I haven't felt afraid. And I just know that it's a process to get there, but you can. Can you imagine if all of us in this room could get to a space where we had no fear? Can you imagine the light that would illuminate this room? You wouldn't even need light bulbs. Because light comes through when we do our grounding and our power hour, and we feed who we really are, and we see who we really are, divine creatures of God, a Heavenly Father. We are His children, and we are divine, and we are magnificent. And as we see ourselves that way, that gives us the ability to see others that way. If you can't see yourself as magnificent and wonderful and divine and full of light, I guarantee you will not be able to see others that way, because it all starts in your core, how you see yourself and how you love yourself. If you struggle with that, start getting mentors. On the CCMN, there is, I think it's Leslie Householder who has, she does a segment on As a Man Thinketh. Download the free book on YouTube, As a Man Thinketh, James Allen. This was written in the early 1900s. It's a simple book. It doesn't take long to listen to audio. It's a powerful book. It's simple. It comes from Scripture, and yet it is a very powerful, powerful principle that as a man thinketh, so is he. If you have limiting beliefs or thought patterns in your mind, if what you tell yourself in your self-talk is not elevating and filled with light, if it's negative or condescending, you can make a choice to change that right now and create those mantras and those affirmations and start looking at yourself and say, who am I really? Not what I was taught or told when I was a little kid that developed all these insecurities and all these dialogues and patterns in your own brain that created neurological impulses and the neuropsychology that has made up your patterns. That's not who you are. Who you are is great and magnificent and full of light. And for us to take this program, to take this business, this isn't just a business. This is a mission. This is a movement. This This is a way to bless mankind, to have a higher purpose. And everything else is a fringe benefit. The money is a fringe benefit. Yes, it will come. But the relationships and the blessing of lives and the people you will touch, especially starting with yourself, I implore you to get to know yourself, really who you really are. It's not exclusive to one person or another. There's nobody up here and you're down here. We are all equal, as Heather Matter puts it. We are all equal. We are all equal. Do you realize that? There is no elitist, no peasant and king and queen. We are all equal. When you realize that, and you realize the light that's within you that's begging you to burst out and become, basically you're just taking off your bodysuit and taking off all the garbage. It's like being a diamond underneath a pile of rubbish and garbage and pile high stuff that people have piled on you or you piled on yourself all your life. You let that diamond start coming up out of it like a volcano, and you will erupt and explode into the most amazing life. And you will have impact on your circle of influence and on the world. And with that, I'm going to introduce you to Gary Norris, who is a powerful leader. He has brought this company, he and Carolyn have brought this company in such a huge way. They have sacrificed their lives for all of us to bring us to this point. The CCMN was Carolyn's brainchild. And Gary is powerful in how he shares the opportunity. And so now I'm going to bring up Gary Norris. He's going to talk about social media, how to use social media, and how to do the PS3 system, which you may not have a clue what that is. He's going to explain it. And some other tools, more tools for your tool belt and for building your business. Gary.
I feel like I just went to a seminar and just listened to Julia Graydon, and I just wanted to take notes, and I was trapped up here on the side of the room. That was really good. Give her a hand. That is amazing, Julia. You were just being you, and your you has always been in you, and now it's out, and we all can see it. It's totally awesome. So thank you. It was really cool because on Monday, we do our leadership meeting right here, and Julia, she didn't come up and say, hey, we should do a fast track. So she's like, Gary, just so you know, on Saturday, we're doing a fast track, and you can invite whoever you want, but we're doing it. And I'm like, freaking awesome. And look at this. You're all here because she just said we're doing fast track. And the people watching online, it was amazing to see people online saying, oh, I wish we could be there. Will it be filmed? Anything like that. And now it all happened because of you. So thank you again, Julia. Really appreciate it. So what is interesting is she started this whole thing off. Foundation. Having a plan. Who's ever been on a cruise? Anyone? Who's ever been to Cabo San Lucas on a cruise? Who's ever been in the marina at Cabo? If you've been on the cruise, you probably went to the marina. The cruise ship took my wife, myself, our two oldest kids, right? One with us, he was a baby. So we were the four of us on a cruise ship, stopped in Cabo. It's really important to either speak Spanish or know someone that does, or have somewhat of a plan. So our Spanish-speaking friend kind of departed from our group, and we were kind of on our own, and we were going to go meet these people for lunch. And we're at the marina thinking, the hotel where lunch is, I'm sure it's just around the marina where all the tourists and stuff is. And someone's like, hey, you want to take a water taxi? Broken English, water taxi. I'm like, you get in a little boat and you go through the marina, like for a minute, and he drops you off at the end of what might have been a 10-minute walk. I'm like, oh, that'll be fun. Let's get in a little boat. Guys, $10, so we give him $10, and four of us get in this little boat. And the first thing I started looking for is life jackets. Oh crap. So now I'm scared because there's no life jackets and I have no plan. And now I'm in this boat and I watched him put gas in this boat. It was a milk jug filled with gas, set it between his legs, ran a hose to the motor, put the hose in the gas tank in the milk jug, and he started tugging away. And I'm thinking, I hope this is really a quick ride. And I'm glad we're in the marina because I was nervous. My kids are with me. My wife is with me. A strange man is in total control of my whole life right now, right? And he's got a gasoline between his legs. The boat had only 2 things in it. 4 of us plus the man and about 50 cans of empty beer cans and bottles. And the only English I heard him say was, first, you want a beer? And my son looks at me. Are you going to say yes, Dad? No. I said, no. And he looks at my son. Do you want a beer? My son's like, no, not my dad. No, my son says no. And that was all he said. And then we started putting our way out of the marina into the open, I'll call it the ocean, past the cruise ship. Waves were crashing. I am scared for my life. What are they going to do? Throw me overboard? And I got 2 kids that can go into the sex slavery and my wife can be attacked. Yeah, I'm like freaking out. And I'm literally scared. I'm like, I had no plan at all. No plan. No foundation. And we went on, how long was that journey? 15 minutes maybe? But we went past the cruise ship. I'm like, bye cruise ship. I hope I get back. And finally I see that there's a shoreline coming up out of the marina past the cruise ship. Now we're approaching the shoreline. And we're getting towards the shoreline. I'm like, oh good. And now I can see hotels and like, okay, this is good. This is, I really hope that's where the lunch is we're supposed to be at. I thought it was one. Bottom line, we approach the shore and waves are crashing. There's 1,000 people on the beach. And I'm like, where's he going to dock the boat? We're in this little bouncy little, I'm not like a canoe, right? And I'm like, I don't see a dock. And as we get closer, waves are now coming in. And the man looks at me and says, you jump. And I am not about to go on another boat ride with this man. So what do you think I did? I jumped, all right. And I'm thinking, oh crap, it's like, how deep is it? And I'm in my full clothes, passports, cash, camera, cell phone, everything. We're not ready to jump. And I'm like, well, I'm jumping. And so I'm trying to time the waves, right? Because I finally jumped and I hit it and I felt the ocean floor. And I'm like, what a relief. I'm looking at the beach. The boat's behind me. I'm so happy, and then the wave hits me. And I just go end over end, like just boom, tumbling. I stand up and I'm like, crap. And Carolyn and the 2 kids are looking at me, and what do you think I said? You jumped! And every one of us took our turn jumping. Every one of us took our turn doing the end over end. And then 4 of us walked up on the beach to thousands of people watching us. I'm sure we're on a YouTube video somewhere. It's got millions of views. I've actually Googled it to try to find it. I've never found it, but man, I tell you, it should be there. The lesson learned, it reminded me of that this morning. We didn't have a plan. We didn't have our foundation. We didn't know what we were going to do. We just started doing. And is that okay in life to do that? Sometimes. It can be okay. Someone says, you know, it's not, you don't have to get it going. You don't have to get it right. You just have to get it going. So there's some merit in that. But once you know what you want, it would behoove you to set a plan to achieve what you want to achieve. That is why you're all here. So congratulations for being here. Having a plan and using tools to grow yourself individually, which then sets you up to grow and serve others, which then gives you the ability to create a team. And then everyone wins. So I'm going to talk real quick, just touch base on social media, because I love social media. I learned about Strongbrook through Facebook. That's how I learned about this company. And when I went to my first meeting, I was really scared and skeptical to a meeting. And a lot of you know the story. I lied about my name and my phone number, my email. I put it all down, fake info, when I went to my meeting because I didn't want to be sold stuff. But it was Facebook that interested me and piqued my interest. And that friend, for a couple months, was just touching me, just with touches. Hey, you really should check this out. I feel impressed. You need to get to know this Chris Crone guy. And I finally, after a few months, looked into it, and my interest was piqued. And then I heard, hey, there's a thing they're trying to put together that can pay you to send people to them. And I'm like, whoa, that was an interesting peak of mine. That one really piqued my interest because I saw this company that did real estate, and I'm looking at me and our financial real estate life has just been crashing. We're losing our homes to foreclosure. But I heard they may be able to pay you to refer people, and that was my interest piquer. Social media is what got me here. So I just want to share a couple tools on how this is all me. I've not done any research. I've not gone to any gurus. Gerald Rogers may be able to give me some insight on this. I just tell you how I've seen people use Facebook and how it works. And I've blended into 4 categories on Facebook. I'll use Facebook, but it goes for anything. Instagram, probably all the social media networks that are out there. Facebook is not a place to go promote yourself. You do not go out and say, business opportunity, join my team. I'm looking for 3 people to change their life this month. Are you it? That kind of grinds on me a little bit, but I blended down to 30%. 30%. 30%, 10%. I'm going to give you this one right now. 10% promotion. So if you're looking at Facebook, how often do you use it to promote your business? 10% of the time. All the other options, I look at Facebook as a family and friends network, social network, where 30% of the time I might be reaching out to family and friends and communicating, sharing things with them, posting pictures of your kid. You're at the ball game or at the park and you post a picture. Notice none of this says food, by the way. I don't.
Wait a minute.
I don't have a percentage that takes pictures of dinner.
You were at Neaters eating French toast.
Yes, I was at Neaters eating French toast. Did I take a picture of my French toast?
No, your
Thank
son.
you very much. Okay.
I wanted to
So
see
there's
it.
a way this can be used. Family and friends. I write these out real quick. Inspiration or motivation, and this is, I'll put humor or lightheartedness or something light that just kind of is fun. This is how I look at social media. I figure if I can blend me and my personality, the whole thing about social media for me, I want people to like me that want to like me. I want to attract people to me that match my personality. I am not trying to trick people into liking me. So when I post things that are important to me and it drives people away from me, that's okay with me because I'm not looking for people to like me. I just want to attract people that are alike me. Like-minded. So I use family and friends posts. And here's the neat fun thing is if you can do this is the winner, a combination of these in one post is how you can grow your business and grow your people that attracted to you. So when I'm at Neaters with my son yesterday, and it was a Friday at 10:30 in the morning, I don't remember what time I woke up. Carolyn woke me up because she'd already worked out, done her mantras. It was like 9 in the morning. I'm like, oh, wow, so awesome. Preston doesn't have school on Fridays. I can sleep in a little. And so I woke up at like 9. Who called me and woke me up? No. And Preston, I'm like, hey, what have you done for breakfast? And he's like, nothing. I'm like, well, let's go get in the car. And we went to Neaters. And it dawned on me at Neaters at like 10 o'clock. How cool is it that I'm at Neaters on a Friday? My son goes to a school that doesn't have school on Fridays, so he's out of school every Friday. I work from home, so I didn't have appointments or anything set, and we just went. So I took a picture, a selfie, me and Preston, Neaters in the background, the restaurant, not our plates, and said, hey, it's awesome. I'm with Preston hanging out at Neaters at 10:30 on a Friday. How cool is that? Then I hashtagged a few things, which for me, hashtags, I don't do them but nothing for fun and entertainment. Dad win, hashtag love that my son private school, no school on Friday. Hashtag love that I work at home. Hashtag I'm done hashtagging, time to eat. Sounds just silly. And that's how I kind of build me as just a person. So what did I put out there though? I work from home. Yeah. I have Fridays off. Or my son doesn't go to school on Friday. And some people might be thinking, how can you afford a place that maybe you can send your son to a private school? And you work from home. It's 10:30 in the afternoon, in the morning, and you're just kind of wasting time with your son. I wish I could do that. And so it just builds yourself. And that's why I say I use a combination. So I reach out to family and friends. I'm being with family and with my son. It's a great post. Use this some inspiration, motivation, maybe a little bit. I'm trying to inspire people that you can have the type of life. I'm trying to be funny at the same time, done hashtagging, time to eat. And I incidentally promoted myself without putting a website at the bottom of that, because I don't need to. So that's just me, and everyone can be different. Gerald, I'll pick on Gerald because I admire what he does on, if you're not a friend of him, he's way out of his limit. He has 600,000 followers on Facebook. So if you're not already his friend, it sucks to be you, but you can follow him. You're that epic. When I watch this man post him dancing, has anyone watched his dancing videos online? Oh, yeah. If you haven't, just do a YouTube search, type in Gerald Rogers dancing, and I'm sure you'll find it. It's worth the watch. But honestly, the first time I watched it, I didn't know him very well. I knew him a little bit. The first time I watched it, which is when he posted live on Facebook and when he went on your world tour, when you just for no reason went to Italy. Was it Italy? Yeah. And I watched him dancing, and I sat there and I'm like, half the time I was embarrassed for him, half the time I was envious of him, and it was going back and forth. I'm like, ultimately I decided, how in the heck awesome would it be to not give a freaking care what people may think of you dancing on statues in a pond? Or with a married couple who's dancing with you and you don't even know them. Or on a subway because he can dancing and people just look at him like, must be from Idaho. No, that's where I'm from. It's just cool. We don't need to use it to promote your business. However, do you think it's appropriate to say, oh, you know what, jumping on a live stream, I promote Chris Crone events, I promote grand openings, I promote all sorts of events, even this event on Facebook. But I do it in a way that says, I'm excited about something, or I'm promoting, or I'm kudoing someone. Like I will be on Facebook later today. Julia Graydon put on such an amazing training for our company. It's so amazing to see people step up into their power. Congratulations, Julia. I'll tag you and I'll say, I love the Strongbrook family. Something to that effect. And before this event happened, people were posting on the internet, on Facebook, I'm so excited our training is today. I'm looking forward to hearing from the Gerald Rogers. Or I'm looking forward to hearing from Carolyn Norris. Or I'm looking forward to me speaking in front of a few people today. I'm so excited. And here's a link if you want to watch it live. That's not promoting your business. It's just being excited about what you're doing in life. But it's also promoting your business. So it's just ways to think about it. Just use tact. And who would be interested if we really did some training on social media? But maybe that could go hand in hand with whatever Gerald's got cooking up on how to approach and talk to people. And maybe that could be something you add to that training, Gerald.
Yeah, I'll
social media.
I'll share with my formula. I had 8 people today message me about wanting to partner with me on this, just from a post that I made this morning. So
talk real loud.
So social media is so powerful, but I think the biggest key is just number 1, be you. Number 2, focus on building relationships, and be consistent with the brand that you want to promote, right? And then when you do make those offers every once in a while, then you'll have people that say, yeah, you're the type of person I want to work with. So.
That is really excellent. And I appreciate you sharing that. And there are times that it's totally appropriate to do a blanket promotion on Facebook. There are times when you can stand in a posture of, you guys need to check this out. Here's a link. And, someone buys a house and they post it on Facebook, and an investor just bought their 5th home or their 3rd home or their 1st home. And I will sometimes get that post. I will find it because I'm on Facebook. And I'm like, I'm copying that picture of that house so I can upload it myself and I'm not sharing it because it gets read more when you upload it, I think. I put a picture of the house, I tag the people that were the investors that bought it, and I say things like, this is the proof that I love with what I do. I've helped people buy homes with this company. I'm not even a licensed agent. And here's some friends of mine who just bought their first home, fifth home, seventh home. You could post a picture of someone who got a $35,000 check and say something like, this person got a $35,000 bonus check. You know, that's fine and cool, but what does it mean? It means that 75 people have bought investment properties through their ripple effect. I'm so glad to be playing in the same company. And your website link could go there on a 10% of the time basis. And you can promote yourself that way by tapping into the successes of others. I kind of think it's fun to say, I have to pinch myself sometimes when I know that over 450 homes have been purchased through Strongbrook from people that I knew directly or indirectly. I love my Strongbrook friends. And I can then put a link right to Strongbrook if I want a video of maybe Chris Crone talking about one of those videos that Chris Crone makes all the time that you'll find on YouTube. Go to the YouTube channel and search Chris Crone Strongbrook, and you'll find various videos. And it's just like a 4 or 5 minute video. And it's not promoting your business, it's just promoting the company, and it helps people get connected because everyone that wants to, they'll reach out to you, whether you're putting your own links to your website out there or not. They will reach out to you put it from time to time, but it's 10% time to time or less. Make sense? Who's heard about the PS3? And what in the heck is PS3?
PlayStation 3?
PlayStation 3. Do you know that your PlayStation 3 can make you money? I don't. That's not what I'm talking about. PS3. I want to touch on it for just a couple minutes. What does the P stand for?
Person.
Peak. You want to pique their interest. Is that how you spell peak?
Yep.
Yes. Whoa, that was nice to eat. Pique their interest. What does the S stand for?
Share.
Share a message. What does the 3 stand for?
Three-way close.
3-way call or a 3-way close? 3-way phone call. So PS3 is nothing new to the networking industry, but it kind of became new to Strongbrook because we grew into learning about ways to network and what other companies do and teach, etc. And this is just a unique way that this can be done by a phone call or a text message. You can run the PS3 program. It's in the back office. It talks about the PS3 training. There's slides that can go with it and some scripting that goes with it. It's in the Strongbrook trainer. It's also in your member portal in your back office where you can actually see the scripting and examples of what you would do. But it's as simple as texting someone on the real estate side. It was a fun thing to do. And now, by the way, you're texting people. If you have a phone number and they really don't know you and you don't really know them, would it be wise to establish a relationship before you just send a random business text?
Yes.
Okay, so this is designed for people that you know and they know you, and you're just wanting to share with them what you're doing, or you're wanting to share with them something that may serve them. I literally don't tell people, hey, I'm with this company and we do this. I literally tell people, you know, I know of a company that's connected a lot of people to doing real estate. If that's something you're interested in, I could hook you up with them. They're friends of mine. I don't say, I just started this new business. This is just my personality. You can, but I just say, I can connect you to a company that can take care of you and serve you if that's of interest to you. So a text message could be to pique an interest. It could be, are you or have you ever thought about making money in real estate? That would be a good question to text somebody that knows you. Have you ever thought about making money in real estate, or are you currently making money in real estate? And they will reply. And they could reply, no, not really. They could reply, yeah. In either case, my next text could be, I have something I would like you to take a look at. If you have a minute, click this link and watch a 9-minute video. And you can text it right to them. I have something that may be of interest to you. It's a 9-minute video. There's the link. It's right in your back office. And then you would text, when will you have time to look at that? Can I call you? Can I text you back in 30 minutes, or when would be a good time to connect back? And you wait for a reply. What's it about? I'm texting right back. Well, watch the video. It'll explain it. When can I text back? When can I follow up? You really just want them to take the action to click the link and watch it, because it'll either interest them further or it won't, right? And as Gerald said, what are we trying to do? We're making invitations. We're just inviting people. We're not selling them. We're inviting people to look at something. I like doing a third-party approach. You know, I know some people that are doing neat things, and it may be of interest to you. I could come up to people now and say, you know, I work with a company that does amazing things, and I've helped a lot of people. This may be of interest to you. Whatever your good feelings are, let's take it to the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network side. Let's get away from real estate on a PS3 play. Oh, by the way, the 3 is, once they say they watched it, do you mind if I get someone on the phone? This is texting them, right? Do you mind if I get someone on the phone to talk with you that can explain it better than I can? And they'll say, yeah. And then you can get someone on the phone. I checked an hour ago. There is a website. Don't write it down because it's not working. Strongbrookconnect.com. It is a company website where you can go schedule a time with someone to do a 3-way call. And the only person that schedules right now is Alberto in New York. It never gives you a choice to choose who you'd like to schedule that call with. And so if we all did that today, it'd be kind of funny to see Alberto get 40 emails that he's got 3-way calls. But it only selects Alberto, so there is a glitch in the matrix on Strongbrook Connect. But text your upline leader. Text me. I'll even give you my cell phone number. And I'm going to give you a cell phone.
Just kidding.
I have an Idaho number because I like my number, 569-5690. 208-569-5690. I'm really bad at returning voicemails. I am really good at replying to text messages. I really need to disable my voicemail, but I love texting. So anyways, text me. Tell me who you are. Say you got someone that might be on a phone call with you, and we can even set that up. You'd be surprised to learn how few people take advantage of using me for 3-way calls. It goes in spurts. It usually goes in spurts when I tell people about it, and then 2 weeks later, they just assume we're too busy. This is what I do with my time. If this is all I did with my time, I would be happy.
And you do it with people outside of your.
I'll do anyone but you. No, just kidding. Anyone within or outside.
And I was gonna say, like with the Conscious Creator side of it, you know, you can send like that video that's like the 4-minute, and you can say, and since it's so short, you can say, oh hey, it's only 4 minutes. I'll just wait until you watch it, and then you know I'm here. I'm still here on the phone. And,
yeah.
And then when they say, when you ask them what did they like best about the video or whatever, then if it's something that you can sincerely say, I liked that best too, or I really love that about this too, then go ahead and say that and validate what they thought was important about it, and then you can move on to, hey, you got a dynamic individual.
That is very, very good. There is a small few-minute video on the Conscious Creator Mentoring side. I just kind of repeated it for the microphone in case they couldn't hear you. And on that is a great thing to text people to pique their interest about the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network. You literally can get on your phone and text people, and I don't recommend you do 10 people and send the same text to 10 people. That's not what I do. I send a text to the one person, and I just copy the same text, right? And I forward it, and I just reuse that same message, and I might change the first word and something middle. So it's like, hey, Juan, you might want to check this out. And then it's like, you know, hey, Carolyn, you might want to check this out. But text them individually. Let them reply to you and build a relationship. When I first heard of the company and I did my first meeting, I got on my phone and I texted 80 people. I was in Utah still. I met Strongbrook. I was here for a few days checking them out. And I called Sharon Waller from California, was here also. And I said, Sharon, on Wednesday, which is in 2 days, let's go to Idaho Falls and do a meeting. And I know you live in California and I know it's winter, but can't you drive to Idaho Falls? And she did. And I texted 80 people, and 30 of the 80 people showed up. 2 of them ended up buying a PSA, an actual PSA to work with the company. One of them was our own daughter, who was 17 at the time and asked for a game plan request. Who would have known that she would really buy a full PSA and just a few years later have 3 properties. I do not judge when I found out my own daughter could do that. I'm like, oh, we didn't help her with a nickel. She probably could have helped us with nickels at that time. We're losing it all. And there's power in this. And texting is just another form. It's there. There's training in your back office. But the power of the 3-way call is something you want to use with me. And as I bring Dan LeBaron, sorry, I'm like, Dan, whoa, what am I? No, as I bring Dan LeBaron up here, I just want to end. Julia says something about fear. What does fear mean? The acronym? False evidence appearing real. Let me give you a new acronym. Fear. You can love fear. Face everything and rise. Fear. Face everything and rise to the occasion. Don't let fear kick you in the butt and keep you from doing something. Kick it in the butt to the ground and embrace it. Face it, embrace it, and rise above it. With that, we're going to get some great training from Mr. Dan LeBaron. And Dan's going to talk about the art of following up, I do believe. And I'm going to get a bear hug, I got a feeling. Oh.
Well, thank you. I was just invited to participate here. When I walked in this morning, I saw one of the presenters and gentleman wasn't here, and I thought I could do that. And 3 hours later, I get this whispering in my ear, and it was a human voice, a beautiful one. Oh, would you? And so I accepted gratefully for this opportunity. How many of you know this motion right here? Okay, come on, shout it out. All right, what's this part of? Backswing. Okay, so is this how the game goes? Is this the game right there? Okay, who wants to have just this part of the game? All right. When I joined 18 months ago, it was Cindy, and many of you probably don't know Cindy, but Carl was up here. And I remember in her bright little voice, there is fortune in the follow-up, she would say, in a much more feminine voice. And I listened to that and I thought, yeah, I know that. That's really where the power is. That's where the fortune is. And Cindy was just awesome about that kind of thing. And we learned right from the start, hold grand openings. Okay, and that was all that we were taught then at the time. That's all I heard. And I just ducked my head and went to work, and we started on our grand opening. And that was the most amazing experience that we had in our life. We did it in about 5 weeks time. But the follow-up, it just simply starts when you begin. And so, but there's a thing about follow-up, and that is that in order to get to this point, you gotta set something up. And if it's a ball on the tee, that's part of the action, but you've got to initiate action at some point. You gotta start up here, because where are you gonna find the power if you just try to do it from right here? So you start and get the power, you make the contact. All right, and that's what we're talking about. So when you make a contact, my favorite tool is this one right here. That's shifting now because Conscious Creator is taking a major role in what we're doing in the business. But this is an extremely powerful tool right here to create contact. I like to stand in line at Del Taco and just nudge somebody and talk to them. Just break some ice. Start talking to them about something, and bring enough things up that create a little bit of curiosity about something, and they will follow back, and they'll finally ask you, well, what is it you're doing? And so there's an opportunity there for maybe 5 minutes to create a little link. All right, when you create that link, which is maybe a transfer of information, I've got something just so super exciting about this and that. I don't have really time to explain to you right now, but I try to create an opportunity from an opportunity. I always like to project ahead and plan. The principle is plan a meeting from a meeting. Okay, so if we're just shaking hands with somebody and we're just kind of touching bases and we're paying the taco bill and maybe sitting together and chatting about a few things, I never try to give too much. I try to create curiosity as I go along, so there's something to follow up for. Okay, because I don't want to just do the wind up. I don't want to just hit the ball and stop, because where's the fortune? Fortune's in the follow up. Okay, you got to follow up and follow through to where you can see the head of the golf club clear back over your right shoulder. So if you don't have grace right at first, you see a lot of people and they'll go, and that's it. And the backswing is as jerky as the upswing. Okay, so we got to develop. You got to get that, and you got to get the snap in the right place, right? So that when you come around with that club, you can really see it if you looked. All right, it's not going to hit you in the shoulder though. It's not ever going to hit you in the shoulder. You got to produce it. You've got to get out there and do the follow up. So when you are following up with magazines, phone calls, intuition, I promise you, when we practice some of the things we learned this morning from Wileen, those are so powerful, more powerful than we give it credit. But when you sit and ask the question, what's the best time I can spend? What's the best effort I can make with the time that I have to spend, be it short or small, and you wait, even when you resist and you want to jump up, you want to move, you want to get back into your bullheadedness again and make, you want to go and make action happen. But when we wait and we stay calm and a little idea just comes flitting into the mind, then there's been the action right there. Now what do we need to do? Okay, then we start working on the upswing or the backswing. Okay, so there is that is just the place of the fortune. So planning a meeting from a meeting, each conversation that we have with people, we need to add value and finding out about them, what it is that makes them tick, what their interests and needs are. They will start expressing those needs to you the minute you make an overstatement. Well, you must, some poor little $8 an hour person working behind the counter, you've been here long enough, you must be part owner by now. And are they going to leave you with that thought? Are they going to agree with you? No, they're going to tell you, oh my gosh, I just can't wait to get out of this place. I am so looking for something better. They start just unloading their information and you start picking up on the information, and then you can just kind of go with it a little bit. You can identify with them on some things, and you've created something there, a sense of interest that allows them to now follow through with you. So however you want to do that, just use your own personal strengths because you have them. And it's just exciting and it's fun. Like Julia says, if you're not having fun doing this, then you're still a little bit creaky. You're still needing to develop some grace. If you're a ballet, get your toe working, so that when you're in the backswing, your toes just barely on the ground. Work on the things you need to work on, but make that backswing, that follow-up magical, because that's where the fortune is. Okay, and I'm always about affirming interest and amazement in what you're offering, so that there is curiosity and that they want to come with you. And so you're always encouraging. You're never saying, oh, we missed you. We sure wish you would have been there. That was such, you're not creating lack. You're creating interest and excitement about coming the next time. You never invited them before when you call them back. You're just inviting them again. Okay, forget about all the before stuff and just invite them again. Make sure they know that. So one more thing, follow-up shows leadership. People everywhere are looking for leadership, aren't they? Are people looking for leadership? Okay, they are, and they'll follow you if you're going somewhere. And with that, I want to remember back that someone asked me about the compensation plan one time in this company. And he had a very a mind like you can't believe, order and organization. I said, I don't worry, I don't know about that stuff. I just cash the checks. That's the part I like to do. But I know somebody who can help us find the compensation plan, because it is genius. The people who produce that compensation plan are geniuses, and they're in that office right straight down the hall. And I took him and introduced him to those people, and from then on, he's worked it out, and he's actually on our team now doing marvelous things. So, but there's somebody who is here to explain to us the compensation plan. He's a quiet, gentle man that I haven't had a chance to hear from, but this morning, wasn't he awesome? His name is Bill Graydon. He's coming up here to explain the compensation plan to us. So let's just give it up. Give it up.
Well, again, a big hand for Dan. That was great. I want to take just a couple of minutes. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the compensation plan, but do want to give you an overview of that. I think you're all familiar with the 3 and free. You bring 3 people in, then your $99 monthly fee is waived. But let's talk about what happens in terms of compensation when you've got some people coming in that you've brought into the company. There are 3 ways to earn compensation through the company. The first one is to simply bring people in yourself. And, we'll get that up here on the slide in a minute if we can. At that level, if someone comes in at the $99 level, you earn a $28 a month commission. That is a month by month commission that continues as long as they're still paying their $99. They're still involved in the network. So that's an ongoing commission of $28. Let's move to the next one. And again. Okay. If they come in at a $4.99 level, you earn a commission of $125, a one-time commission. But let's look at some bigger numbers. Go ahead and turn to the next slide. You also, through Strongbrook, have the opportunity to build a team and to earn commissions up to 7 levels deep. And as you begin to do that, then those numbers start to add up. That $4.99 is $125 at the first level, but there's $50 for the next 2, and then $25 and $750. That may not seem like very much, but it does start to add up as we go down. Let's turn to the next slide. The third way you can earn compensation is through the quarterly bonus plan. If you have 4 or more new sales at the $4.99 level, in any calendar quarter, you earn a $500 bonus. It is on a calendar quarter, January to the end of March, 1st of April, and so on. But if you have 4 people that come in at that $4.99 level, that's for any product in Strongbrook combined, then you have that $500 bonus. Okay, now let's move on to the next slide. Some of the really exciting stuff comes. It was presented at the conference this last weekend. And a gal named Stephanie Davis, who joined the Strongbrook, joined the network just 2 weeks before the conference, took a few minutes to present some statistics that kind of are a little bit mind-blowing. She said, well, what happens if each person that you bring in brings in 2 people, just 2? Well, at that $4.99 package, when you get all done and add up all these amounts that are here, that ends up being about $3,000, almost $3,000 to you in one-time fees. Let's go to the next slide. What happens, however, if each of those people brings in 3 people instead of 2? Now that number starts to get up to not just somewhere around 900, it's 960. When you add those up on the first column, if everybody brings in 2, when you go to the second column, if everybody brings in 2 in that second column, you add all those columns up, that's somewhere around $28,000 in one-time fees. If everyone were to bring in 4 people, the number in the 4 column starts to get kind of astronomical. Let's move to the next slide. Okay, there's a $99 a month. If everyone you bring in brings in 2 people at the $99 level, that's all they do is bring in 2 more. That's a total of $1,176 a month. that comes in on a regular basis every month to you. Now, when I put these figures up, she added a little comment at the bottom, and I think that's appropriate to remind you of. This is not a promise of income, nor is it necessarily a common occurrence, but it is what is possible given the Strongbrook compensation schedule. So it is possible. Let's move to the next one. If you project that out to a $99 a month, and we say, what if everybody brings in 3 people? They get their 3 and free, and each of them does the same thing, right on down to the 7th level. If you look at all of those commissions, the bottom line says $8,748, but if you add all those commissions up, it's approximately $28,000 if each brings in 3. And that's how often?
A month.
A month. That's a month. Okay? That's a month. So if each person brings in 4, you see that bottom level says $65,000. Well, you add all those commissions up, and you're up at over $83,000 per month. Okay? So it can be astronomical and kind of mind-blowing. As they mentioned at convention, the CCMN Strongbrook has the best compensation program of any network in the entire nation, for that matter in the world. And they're just tremendous. And the opportunities for you, if you want to go and pursue it, to earn income for yourself, build a successful business, are there. For the next slide, I just want to share with you a favorite poem of mine as we finish up. This is by Jesse Rittenhouse. And it says, I bargained with life for a penny, life would pay no more. However, I begged that evening when I counted my scanty store. For life is a just employer. He gives you what you ask, but once you've set the wages, why, you must bear the task. I worked for a menial dollar, only to learn dismayed that any wage I had asked of life, life would have gladly paid. Life will pay you any wage you ask. So dream your dreams, set your visions, decide where you want to go, decide what wage you would like life to pay you, and shoot. Last slide, just a reminder, you really can have all the things that you want in your life. And with that, thank you, and go dream big.
Thank you, Bill. Well, how many of you have enjoyed this fast track so far? You feel momentum, you feel energy when you come to these kind of events. And we're going to have one of these every month. And weekly calls. As you start building your tribe and your teams, plan to be a leader, plan to have regular communication with your upline, with your downline. One of the most important things, as I mentioned earlier, is to, with all these tools that we've been talking about, so now you've used your tools, you've built your house, and it's important to start with a house of order and to organize your business. Part of that is to make sure, as we mentioned at the very beginning, to schedule your power hour every single day. That is going to give you the strength and the energy to accomplish all that you would like to. It gives you that core foundation that's going to make a difference for the rest of your time in your day. Schedule your training. Schedule time to train and educate and learn from these different websites, from these different places. Schedule time to work your business. Schedule specific amounts of time each week, whether it's 5 hours, 1 hour a day, 2 hours a day, 3 hours a day. Decide how much time are you willing to commit to work your business to get this launched and to bring some results into your life. Schedule personal time, that power hour. Schedule also fun time. Time to to just break free and to get a little bit of a reprieve from your work. Figure out what you're going to use to organize your business in terms of your prospects. Use one tool that Gerald has recommended to us is to look into Aweber. You can also just use a simple Excel spreadsheet and have different sheets on that where you keep track of your prospects. Those that you've not contacted yet, those that you've contacted and you have to follow up with, and you can make notes in that. Those that have not been interested that you want to put on a drip system. So you can have different categories, but get a system set up because it's all about systems. When you have a system to follow, it gives you structure. Structure helps you to keep your focus. Set up your environment, whether it's a little room in a corner with a desk and your laptop, a file cabinet, a little corner, or a whole room that's an office of yours in your house. Decide what's your environment going to be for running your business. Get your tools, get your files, pens, pencils, notepads, any tools that you need, any software tools, get that set up. Go into your back office or into another location like another printing company. Get some business cards if that is something that you want to use and be able to hand out to people. Some people don't like using business cards, but that's up to you how you want to run your business. If that works for you, order materials from the back office. We've showed you some of the magazines and the game plans. With the Conscious Creator Network, there's not necessarily a lot of extra tools, but there is the interview plan, and you can go in there in the shopping and see what there is. Learn from your leaders. Bye, Carolyn. Learn from your leaders. Get to know them. Reach out to them if they don't reach out to you. Get their phone numbers. They're not in a central directory. That's not available from the company. It's up to you to drive this. Get the phone numbers of every leader, every person that you want to learn from. When you network at events, get phone numbers. One guy that's out of Texas, at the last training meeting we had here, his name's Ivan Pachenko. He goes by the name Paychecks. And he works with Daryl YG in Texas. And he said, whenever you network and meet someone, pull up your phone, get on Facebook and say, are you on Facebook? And then immediately add them as a friend on Facebook and send them a message. So that's one way of connecting. Connecting is super important. And collect the phone numbers that you will need. Make sure you know the customer service number here at the Strongbrook office. I use it quite a bit. 801-691-0375. 801-691-0375. You use it enough, you memorize it. Take advantage of customer support here. They are a wonderful resource that can answer questions. Get books like As a Man Thinketh, and one recently that we have been reading. It's a real easy read to learn more about network marketing. It's a very small booklet called GoPro by Eric Worre. A lot of people go to his conventions in California. Get GoPro. It's a powerful book to help you know how to get this going and how to come into the world of network marketing. Do things in part of organizing your business like get a notebook or a small notebook that you keep in your car to record your mileage or use tax deductor. How many of you know of the fantastic tool we have through Strongbrook called Tax Deductor? A few of you. It saved us hundreds and hundreds of dollars on our taxes last year. Maybe thousands. I don't know how many thousands, but we were able to save a lot of money through deductions with gas mileage, with everything we spent on our business. You can have a little spreadsheet where you keep track of it. The Tax Deductor is a tool that's available through Strongbrook, and when you sign up to do the business, you have access to that. So learn about that. We're not going to go into that. Where do you find that though? You don't have to pay for it. They were going to take it away from us, and several of us who have used it, we shouted back and said, no, we love it, we use it. The problem is not a lot of people know about it. They don't know how to use it. So some training is going to be coming up with that. Get a hold of your upline leaders, go into your back office, get familiar with Tax Deductor. It can save you a lot of money. It can pay off the money you save with taxes can pay off your $4.99 easily. Okay, and so those are just some ideas to get you started in getting yourself organized. Order in the house creates a lot of peace of mind when you get that set up. Learn new tools like how Eventbrite works for setting up events that you might want to set up to invite people to. And we already mentioned freeconferencing.com. Learned about different available free things, like there's SoundCloud for saving audio recordings on. You can post those on Facebook. Basically, that's all I had on keeping order and establishing order, making it fun, and look forward to future events. We do have a very fabulous event coming up called Conscious Creator Live. Now, when I went to Conscious Creator Live, one of the exercises we had was to write as many limiting beliefs as we could think of. I had hundreds of them, hundreds. I just found this in the other room, but hundreds, like come up with 200 to 300 limiting beliefs that you have in your life. And we put them in this jar. Later, we took those and we burned them in a huge bonfire. And I kept the ashes, and I keep this to remind me that those limiting beliefs I burned in that bonfire. And it's symbolic. But I walked on fire that day. I admit that I didn't do it first off. I had to watch everybody else do it first. I didn't trust right away, but it was a very powerful event that taught me the power of my mind, that taught me that I really can do things that seem harmful, or that in my mind I had a belief that would not be easy to do. And I conquered that by going to Conscious Creator Live. And it's a very powerful 3-day transformational event. So I encourage you all to look into that. Now I'm going to, we're going to finish up and have Gerald Rogers take us out and talk to us about commitment and anything else he would like to share.
Wow. So what are you going to do with all this? That's the question, huh? So sometimes we come to events like this and our brain gets in. We're like, okay, what do we actually do with this? And the reality is, if nothing changes in your life moving forward, you know, it was a good morning, but it's a waste of time, right? How many of you want to make sure that you get the most out of this experience? So what are you going to do about it? What's your game plan? What's your commitment? What are some specific things that you're going to do different because of what you've learned today? Give me some ideas.
Well, if we apply at least one thing a day, I mean, it's going to be moving forward to something that didn't apply.
What does that look like for you specifically?
Right now, it's like, well, I learn a lot of things, but right now it's like concentrating in the open house for them, to support them.
So what does that look like specifically?
Order the invitations and do action on that.
So you're going to order the invitations and what?
And then just started making a plan where you got the schedule made and accomplished with all the information that is there. How
Okay, when are you going to do that?
And just make it happen.
When?
Today.
Yeah. What time?
When we're ready. After you finish that.
You're like, Crib, stop talking. I'm ready to go. But you notice the difference between taking the concept and getting it down to an action, and then getting it on your calendar. Until it's on the calendar, it doesn't really matter. Write this down. This is important. Success is scheduled. Until I see it on your calendar and know that it's going to happen, all the talk in the world is not going to make any difference in your business. All the education in the world doesn't matter at all if you don't actually apply it. If education was all that you needed to be successful, then a librarian would be the sexiest, wealthiest, you know, most happiest person in the world, right?
Right.
Education alone doesn't mean anything without implementation. So what are some other specific things you're going to do?
Tonight at 7:30, we're going to solidify our grand opening date.
Okay, you're going to set your date for your grand opening. Sweet, and build your game plan for that. What else?
You know what? May I introduce seppuku harakiri? If you know how to do it, you just disembowel yourself. Okay, that's commitment.
That's commitment. How many of you are willing to disembowel yourself if you don't? That's really powerful, though. That having that level of integrity with your word that says, I will find a way or I will make a way no matter what. As long as it takes, I'm willing to do whatever it takes. What if you had that level of commitment to your business? What if you shared that level of commitment with the people you talk to and say, hey, you know, if I say I'm going to do something, it's going to be done. If I say I'm going to do a grand opening, if I say I'm going to have 30 people there, it's as good as done because I'm going to do whatever it takes to make it happen. Otherwise, I'm going to disembowel myself. Fantastic. So what else? What are you going to do?
I'm going to start inviting people to events.
Okay, what does that look like specifically?
That looks like I need to get specific dates and times of when the events are, and then I'm going to start with my kids and my immediate sphere of influence and start inviting people to come.
Okay, awesome. Who else is going to invite people to events? All right, so there's an event, Manifest Now, that happens next Thursday, combined with the symposium. If I were you, I would see if you can get at least 10 to 20 people of your friends and family there. You don't need to tell them about the details. You don't need to explain it. Just say, hey, trust me, it's going to be amazing. Come, can you make it? I know you're going to have to take off work. I know you're going to have to figure out things with kids. It will be worth it, right? And make that invitation. But I want you to think one step further. So you've got that event. If you can go through your calendar and think, if your motto is always be inviting, right? I love this motto. This is some invite more. Stop trying to explain, just invite them to the next experience. What if you always knew what the next event or experience was? And your whole mission was to go out there and just be inviting. I want you to think, okay, what does that look like this week? But what does that look like as a game plan for the rest of your life, right? What does that look like over the next year, the next 2 years? How do you build that into your schedule on a consistent basis so it becomes a predictable productivity practice?
Say that fast 3 times.
Right, I know. It's just that. All right, awesome. So invite people to events. So you're going to do that when?
Already started.
You already started. Bam, just like that. Great, what else?
I'm going to follow up on all the invitations that I sent for my grand opening next Saturday. So that's going to start this afternoon. Just got to get a list together of everybody that I've sent the invitations to and start calling them.
Okay, when are you going to do that?
When? This afternoon, so when I get home.
Okay, great. What else are you going to do?
I am, I really love what I learned from Roger Salon about thank you notes.
Yeah.
So I'm in the process of creating some of those for people that hopefully will still remember me. So people, powerful people that have been in my life that wouldn't know me from Adam, but they were with me, reaching out in ways. So good things are going to come from that.
Yeah, that's beautiful. It's beautiful. Thank you. What else?
I'm gonna set a creation space.
Okay. What does that look like?
It's just getting more organized and having the tools that I need all together in one space, and I'm gonna start that today as soon as I get home.
Good. Fantastic.
My thing is I'm gonna get more organized, so I know exactly when I'm gonna be doing this, when I'm gonna be speaking to people, so I know my schedule.
Okay, when are you going to do that?
Today, right after this.
And then after you get organized, what are you going to do?
Implement it.
This is what's really important because in your business, there's preparation type activities, which is the education. It's the, figuring out how the back office works. It's the organizing your office. It's, printing business cards. Those are all preparation activities. Do you get paid for preparation? Do you get paid for preparation?
Yes, in the back.
Yeah.
But not right up front.
No one's going to pay you for that.
No.
They need to be done, absolutely, right?
Right.
It's important that they're done, but I see people get stuck in the preparation phase for years because they think, oh, I'm not quite ready. I just need to get my website ready a little bit more. I just need the business card tweaked a little bit more. I just need to figure this out. I just don't understand this a little more. I'm just not quite ready. And so they get stuck in preparation. Guess what their bank account reflects? Right? They don't make any money there, right? And so they get stuck and they get frustrated, and ultimately, most of the time, they give up. So your goal, like the preparation is important, but that's only, your goal is to spend as little time there as possible so you can move into productivity. And this is your producer time, and this is where you focus. So this is where you really get down to what are the activities in your business that will actually generate revenue? What are the activities that actually make money? In this business, it's really simple. It's building relationships and giving invitations, and then helping lead them to do the same. That's it. That's the only thing that's going to make you money in this business. You got it? So it makes it super easy, but it requires you to actually schedule that time so you're practicing. And this is where the commitment comes. Like for you, like what's the reason you stepped into this? If you could fast forward 3 years in the future, where do you want to be? Like where are you committed to being in terms of your income on a monthly basis? What's your personal desire? What do you want on a monthly basis?
On a monthly basis, so 7 digit income. And
so what does that look like on a monthly basis?
$85,000 a month.
If you could put a number on the amount of money you want coming in on a monthly basis that you're committed to, $100,000 a month. Okay. So what's your game plan? If you want to create $100,000 a month in income in the next 3 years, how many hours a week are you willing to work on your business? 40 hours a week? So you have full time to be able to invest in it. Okay, perfect. So what are you going to be doing in those 40 hours?
calling, inviting, meeting up with people, building relationships, scheduling, doing what every event is.
Okay, perfect. So if she spends 40 hours a week actively building relationships, inviting people, doing marketing and sales, that's her game plan to be able to create that. Does that make sense? Good. What about you? Like, what's your commitment? Like, where do you want to be on a monthly basis? And sometimes when someone has like a really bold, lofty goal, someone's like, I just want to have $1,000 more a month, right? How many of you, your lives would be changed a little bit if you had just $1,000 more a month, right? How many of you, like, if you looked at your core financial needs, like what it really means for you to be financially free, if you could just have your basic needs met, how many of you could be financially free for less than $5,000 a month? Right? How many of you, $7,000 a month? Right? Just really think, like, what are your core expenses? That's financial freedom. So the main thing is for you to decide, number one, what is your long-term commitment? Where's this vision? Why is that important to you? Do you have a why that's strong enough to compel you to actually take those actions 40 hours a week, or 5 hours a week, or 10 hours a week, whatever your plan is? And then identifying, okay, how many hours a week am I committed to doing that? So right now on your piece of paper, I want you to write down, I am committed to creating, and then put the dollar amount that you're committing to create in your monthly income. I'm committed to creating this amount of money in monthly residual income through my business. Write that number down. I am committed to creating this amount of income on a monthly basis. The next is the time frame. I'm committed to creating, I am committed to spending this amount of time each week. I'm committed to spending blank hours each week to be able to create that. I'm committed to spending this number of hours each week to be able to create that. And then write your goal. I want to create this by, within this amount of time. I'm willing to spend this number of months, this many of years to create this. So how many of you, just as you look at this goal, how many of you are like really excited about your goal?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. Who's really excited about it? It's fantastic. So you're excited about this goal. You see the amount of time you're willing to commit. Here's the deal with goals. Sometimes you'll reach your goals faster than you think you will, which is fantastic. And sometimes it takes longer than you think. Working on it until you get your goal, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Right, and that's the key. That's the key, because as you're beginning your journey, you don't know everything it's going to take. Have you ever experienced having $100,000 a month in residual? No. So do you really know what that's like? No, of course not. But when you see that as the destination that you're striving for, that you're reaching for, then you got to keep moving in that direction each week, right? And each week as you're spending the 5, 10, 40 hours a week moving towards your destination, it's all about realigning, constantly realigning. Okay, what's working, what's not working? And if you constantly ask that, I promise you, you'll get your goal. It may not be the exact time frame that you think it will be, but as long as you keep realigning, as long as you keep putting the energy into it, it's inevitable. You'll reach your goal. You'll reach your goal. But in that process, how many of you, as you look at this goal that you have, how many of you realize the goal, in order for you to achieve this goal, you're going to need to become a different person to achieve it?
Yeah.
Right. You're going to need to grow into an entirely different person to be able to achieve that. A type of person that can, have $1 million a year income, right? So it's going to require you to expand yourself, and that's a beautiful process in this journey. Does it make sense?
Mm-hmm.
But that commitment that you make today is what makes all the difference. And I promise you're going to get tested in this commitment. You're going to have people say no. You're going to have times where you feel it's not working. You're going to have times that you feel you're tired. You're going to have all sorts of resistance show up in your life. And in those moments, you get to re-choose and decide how committed you are. How committed are you? It takes a lot of faith when you're planting this garden, imagining this fruit tree that's like going to yield all this fruit. It takes a lot of faith to plant those seeds and to take care of those seeds and to have this barren plot of land at the beginning. And to keep planting seeds and keep, nourishing those seeds and keep weeding your garden. It takes a lot of faith. But this commitment that you have, the fruit that you want to experience, is what allows you to keep taking care of it until it starts to emerge. And then you'll start getting that check, right? And our journey is all about the next step, right? For those of you that are starting, how many of you are just starting this? Raise your hand if you're just starting this. How many of you have less than 4 people in your organization right now? So this is the first step. If you want to make $100,000 a month, get your first 4 people and make that happen soon. And focus on that goal. And that's the goal you focus on. If you focus on $100,000, your mind doesn't even know how to comprehend that. But if you focus on, I'm going to get 4 people in. How am I going to do that? I'm going to keep inviting as many people to the events as I can. Get 10 people to Manifest Now this next week. Get 20 people to the next one. And do that month after month after month after month. Focus all your energy on that, and you'll get to your first 4 people. What happens after your first 4 people? What's magical about that? Number 1, you're free, and you have a monthly check coming in. But in addition to that, you get a $500 bonus, so you get a $500 plus another $500, so you've already doubled your investment. Your goal should be to get each of the people in your team to do the same, because once they do that, they're in. They're fully in. Because they see proof. They see that seed beginning to emerge. So the first goal is to get how many people in? 4, right? The next goal after that is set a goal to get your car payment taken care of, right? Get $400 or $500 a month coming in. Like, focus on that goal. The next goal is to set a goal to get your house payment taken care of. You know, $900, $1,000, $1,500, whatever that is. Like, set that as your next benchmark. And you just keep moving up and up so that you're hitting one goal at a time. Does that make sense? But just focus on those individual goals, going, okay, long term, this is what I want to achieve. But the question is, who do you need to be, and what do you need to do to create that? I'm going to take you through just a really quick visualization process as we wrap this up, because I want you to feel what this feels like in your mind. So just everyone, just place your stuff on the ground, place your both feet flat on the floor. We're just going to take a moment as we wrap up to just kind of allow yourself to just be in a comfortable position and just simply take a big deep breath in. And just breathe in peace and light, and just exhale all the stress that you might be feeling, all the frustration. Just breathe in peace. And as you exhale, just allow your eyelids to close down. And as you close your eyelids down now, just imagine that you're being transported into the future, this future point in which you've been able to achieve this goal, this dream that you have, this financial freedom that is so important to you. And in your mind's eye, I just want you to sink down into that place where you feel that you've already experienced that. And I want you to look around your life and see what you have. Look at the house that you're living in. Just walk around that house for a moment right now. And notice the things that you have in your life. And right now, the more you concentrate, the more you visualize, the more you believe, the more clear that becomes. That vision of your ideal life that you've manifested. And in your mind's eye, as you're looking around, just imagine that you're reaching out and you're touching the counter in your kitchen. You're looking around at your beautiful home. Feel the light pouring through the window. Just notice this beautiful home that you've been able to create. And just look around and just imagine the opportunities that you've been able to have, the places that you've been able to travel. And just imagine in your mind's eye that you're flipping through a little photo album of all the places you've gone, all the things that you've done. And you just are so grateful, and allow that feeling of gratitude just swell within you right now. Knowing that all of your hard work has paid off, and your commitment that you made to yourself has led you here. And just allow that vision to become even 10 times clearer now. And in your mind's eye, I just want you to imagine that you're looking at the people in your life, and looking at how fulfilling your relationships are, and notice the team that you have and the people that look up to you as a leader to them. And all of the people you've been able to impact because of your work, because of your efforts, and see their faces in your mind right now. All the people whose lives are better because you made this commitment today. And see how amazing that feels as you get messages from them on a consistent basis saying, thank you so much for sharing this. It's totally changed my life. Thank you so much for being who you are. Thank you so much for your example. Thank you so much for the way that you've changed my life. And just imagine now in your mind's eye that you see hundreds of these people, thousands of these people, tens of thousands of people that have been impacted because of this commitment that you made. And now in your mind's eye, I just want you to imagine that you go and you're looking in the mirror right now. And as you look in the mirror, you see who you are and the type of person you would need to be. So having this type of success is natural and easy for you. And as you look in the mirror, you're just amazed and you're just filled with respect and awe and admiration of the person that you've become. You notice the level of confidence that you have, and you say to yourself, I am a powerful leader. I am inspired. I effortlessly invite people to improve their life. And you notice as you look at yourself, you've been able to create this incredible life because of that level of confidence, because you're connected to who you truly are. You've been able to overcome your fears and live courageously. And you see that all of the challenges and all the failures and all the mistakes that you've had in the past were simply opportunities to help refine you to become this person right now, this person that can manage and handle this type of success, and feel how powerful that feeling is, and feel that sense of gratitude as you look in the mirror, knowing that you've lived the potential that you have. And as you experience this financial abundance that floods in, just imagine yourself being a magnet right now. A magnet for all things wonderful, a magnet for abundance, a magnet for prosperity. And feel those things being just drawn towards you and your arms being open wide to receive this money that's flowing into your life. And you receive it with gratitude, and it feels so amazing. Allow yourself to feel what that feels like to attract that level of abundance and prosperity into your life. And all of the people are being drawn to you. And now in your mind's eye, I just want you to imagine that you're hovering above your life right now. And you're looking at all the things that you would naturally do to be able to create this. And just imagine that each person you're talking to is like planting a seed. Each investment in a relationship helps grow that at a deeper level. And see yourself taking those actions in your business. You see yourself setting goals to invite people to events, and you're sending texts and connecting with them, and you're connecting heart to heart in an authentic way, really desiring to serve, and you're just making that invitation that says, hey, I have something really amazing I want you to check out. Is there a way that you can join me for this event? I have an extra ticket. I want to invite you to come as my guest. And you see these people coming to these events with you, and you see their lives changing, and you see them coming up to you and saying, thank you so much for inviting me. And you see yourself on a daily basis just reaching out, connecting, see your heart open wide as you're making a difference in people's lives, and you're really caring about them and their journey. And feel how natural it is to share this opportunity with people. Why? Because it's made such an impact in your life. And see yourself doing the things on a daily basis that will grow your business. You see yourself doing the follow-up and answering questions and connecting with people and really caring about them in a deep way, and just feel how good that feels. And to realize that you have nothing that you have to sell, nothing that you need to worry about. You don't need to push anyone into this opportunity. It all happens naturally as you're simply making invitations to them. And now in your mind's eye, I just want you to see yourself, how you've grown and developed yourself, and see yourself taking action every day. See yourself listening to the audio programs and trying out ideas, and see yourself on this journey to become a master. And in that journey to mastery, you do the things a master does. And because of that, you become a master who is able to experience all these things in your life. In your mind's eye, you see yourself doing that right now. Now in your mind's eye, I just want you to get really clear on the next steps and what this next week looks like for you. As you're preparing your business and as you're actually implementing these things, as you're reaching out, as you're setting up appointments, as you're making connections, as you're inviting people, as you're out there networking, see yourself in your mind's eye doing the things in the business that will create these fruits in the future. And feel yourself getting excited for this, because you know that each of these seeds you plant right now is going to yield that fruit somewhere in the future. And your only job, because that future is waiting for you, is just to simply do the things on a daily basis and to schedule that success. Everyone just go ahead and take a big deep breath in and feel that excitement come through your body, feeling all of the success coming your way, a magnet for this abundance. In a moment, I'm going to count from 1 to 3. When I say the number 3, you'll simply open your eyes and stretch out your arms when you say the word power. That word power being an anchor to you, that you have the power to create the exact life that you want. As a conscious creator, this life is yours. And it's a blank canvas waiting to be created. Number 1, feeling as though you've been bathed in a crystal clear brook, energy return your body. Number 2, feeling your whole body being filled with this sense of enthusiasm, gratitude, and energy. On the next number, number 3, you'll open your eyes, you'll stretch out your arms and say the word power. 1, 2, 3, open your eyes. Power! Awesome. Thank you guys so much for being here. One more big round of applause for Julia. I'm going to go create some awesomeness. We'll see you at Manifest Now on Thursday.
Great. You're ready.
Curious this off yet?
Text me and say, hey, Carol, set up time.
Friday night, our watch party. If you're available, we'd love to. Yes. We're still